mad devil people up there. If that'll work. Yeah, I think that works. Only ever do for piecing, otherwise I ain't gonna use stop. Shit. There we go. Ta-da. Oh yeah. Hello and welcome to the live stream of this rat, Mr. Hunter Extravagant Exponenza. So we wait for a few dogs to come in and then we get a crack on. Why is the fucking light this shit is? So there we go. Yeah, don't mind me, Bruce, off you go. Don't mind me, Sean. Don't mind me. Hello, Mr. One Viewer. How you doing? Leave a message, leave a comment. If you like, subscribe. Or if you're just passing, fine, fair enough. It is what it is. But I'm Jay, as the title says, hunting kit and equipment, gear that I use. Bit of a background on it. It might help you overseas in America, because now it's hunting season, hunting time. Can't wait to get out with a rifle and a bow. I'm going to show you a couple of bows. Two of the bows that I'm going to show you is a recurve takedown bow. So one is an Olympic competition bow, and a second recurve takedown bow is a purposely made, built hunting bow that is roughly between 80 and 90 pound draw weight. So that's basically what it is for my hunting bow. It's roughly an 80, 90 pound draw weight. I do have a draw weight of a English copy, should I say, copy of an English war bow, which is a copy of a particular bow that was brought up from a warship at Henry VIII. Set sail and watched it out in the Solents on the south coast of England, and it literally went down. So that famous ship is known and called the Mary Rose. She now sits in Portsmouth in the Mary Rose exhibits, including some of the war bows that were on there, plus arrows and quivers, all ready to go, all stacked up when they found her back in 1980, between 80 and 81. So Prince Charles, as he was then, now King of England, he actually helped finance and get things going, kicking it up the arse for them to actually draw up what they can, and artifacts all to do with the Mary Rose. So the Mary Rose was brought up from the seabed, and on the seabed is what they found. In amongst the wreckage were rows and rows upon rows, basically to do with the Mary Rose. The artifacts, obviously sailors and other crewmen. And when they found a load of skeletons of crew that were on board when she went down, were a load of English archers. And how they figured that one out is because that English archers, hence where you get this signal from, it's basically to signify that you've got your archery fingers and you can draw and fire an arrow. So the skeletons that were found, from anywhere up to I think the pinnacle age was about a 48, 49-year-old man was the the top of your limit to live back in those days, unlike today where you can virtually live forever, almost. But when they dragged up the Mary Rose, like I say, they found a load of skeletons, and they depicted that these guys were archers, and that's because of their body being deformed in such a way where, from a young age, as a kid, they're all tensing their body, twisting their body, and firing and pulling and drawing the arrows, drawing the strings, so they go the arrows, and repeatedly doing that from a young age, from around about 6-7 years of age, if not younger. In England at the time, that was the law. So now, they found, throughout the ages, it's been discovered, archaeologists have all turned around and said, these guys were archers. How do you know that? Well, that's simple, because their body is deformed to pull back the string or sinew to obviously flex and tension on that bow to release the arrow, so on and so forth. So when you see this finger gesture in history and round about nowadays it'll tell you, fuck off, see you later up your bollocks, right? But it originates from the European archer from England, where archers back in the day were the forerunners to what you would call the modern day artillery or the modern day sniper, for example, because they were so accurate, so quick, they could deliver many arrows in succession within a minute. They could fire off anywhere up to 10 arrows a minute per man, per archer. Bearing in mind, he's only got, other than the bow, the arrow, and his dagger, and sometimes his shield, called a dirk, or there's other names for other shields, and a wooden shield wall that you could hide behind to reload the arrows, come up behind the shield wall, fire the arrow to the enemy, mainly the French, because England and France have been at war for over 100 years. So you're looking at about 1,000 years that Englishmen have been killing Frenchmen. And at the pinnacle battle, if you like, between England and France was at a very famous battle called Agincourt, where the English let the French come in to a bottleneck. So a bottleneck is exactly what it says, right? So if I try and use my lighter for explanation, right? So this would be the high ground and the foreground where there's lots of area where you can get a lot of mass of cavalry, infantry, whatever, all through that large gap. Now when it starts thinning out, as you can see on the lighter, it starts thick here, tapers off and goes thin, that will be the bottleneck. So if you can imagine 1,000 soldiers, knights, pikemen, archers, which are going to be back there, but all your infantry guys and all your cavalry guys are all going to be going from a bigger space now and funneling into a bottleneck. And it's the bottleneck which, on the English side, it worked in our favour. On the French side, it worked against them, because they all got slotted. What I mean by slotted, fucking dead. They was all dead, right? Because the English archers were firing anywhere up to 5,000 arrows all at one time in the air, and it was reported and documented that you can do the research, and if you're lucky enough to come to England, and you'll see in the Royal Armouries or history museums, the archives and all of that side of things, they will clearly state and explain that the English had a high ground. We egged on the French to come towards us rather than us going towards them. So we're basically trying to pick a fight. And unfortunately for the French, they took the bait. So we dangled the carrot in front of the donkey. The donkey is all he's seeing is the carrots, and now the donkey wants to move to where the carrot is to get the carrot, right? So that's basically what the English did at Agincourt, and that's how we annihilated the French at Agincourt, and that was a big wake-up call to the French to figure out, fuck, the English have just wiped us all out, and they hadn't even moved an inch, and that's because we egged on the France army. So all the Frenchmen, the knights on their heavy horse, the light cavalry soldiers, the heavy horse, which were there to basically be like a tank and just mow down whatever they was in front of. And that's why you have heavy horse and light horse. Light horse is mainly for your cavalry regiments, sabres, pikes, which is a big fuck off spear. So things like that. The Englishmen, right up until 1965 in English law, right up until 1965 in English law, it was said in English law up until 1965, so you can do the math, was that every male from the age of 6 to adult, say like 40, 50-year-old man, so this right up until 1965 when it was outlawed and scrubbed off, that every Englishman was to go to church on a Sunday and to practice archery every Sunday without fail. That was in English law. Over the centuries, the archery side of things, of doing archery every Sunday, because it's law, they all disbanded it. So in 1965 is when it was officially said that you don't have to practice archery on a Sunday for 6 hours every day on a Sunday. You don't have to do that no more, even though it was in English law. And if you was to go in English law now, chances are it's still going to be the same thing, where a lot of things that are written down in Magna Carta, they will never ever change in England. So if the Magna Carta turns and says no foreigners, well then no fucking foreigners are coming in the country. But as everybody knows, everyone's all doing it and everyone's all getting bombarded by foreigners wherever you be, in England, France, Belgium, Dutch, Swiss, Holland, fucking America, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, they're all getting bombarded, right? So anyone who tells you different, you can say, well, everyone's getting bombarded, mate, by loads of foreigners, because we're all multicultural. But some of us have had enough, right? So if you was back there in the Archer's day, chances are if you done one thing wrong, your head's coming off, or you're going to be hung over the shores of the River Thames. So anyone coming up or going down the river, in the River Thames, they can see who's been hung, drawn and quartered, because your body parts are going to be scattered on the outer realms of England, so that everyone knows. If you come here and you take the piss, this is what's going to happen to you. Your head's coming off, you're getting undrawn and quartered. If you're a traitor, such as, let's say, everyone knows the story of Braveheart, seen the film with Mel Gibson, complete and utter trash. The only thing he's got right is when he clashed with the English and he went to the Tower of London, which is still there, obviously, been there for almost 2,000 years, and William Wallace, brave warrior from Scotland, hanging around with the great claymore that you see Mel Gibson pull off his back like a ninja sword. I'm telling you now, I have swung an original Scottish claymore. That's the height for me. I'm 6'1", so the sword is just a bit taller than me. So you're looking around about 6'2" to 6'4" length of a claymore sword, a Scottish claymore sword. And the idea of the claymore sword was to give it to the biggest, strongest warrior that you had, and you would swing that sword, bearing in mind it's 6 foot plus long, and that in an arc, so 30 degrees, 30 foot in front of him. That big warrior is going to charge on through, and he's going to make a mess of whatever these warriors, armed with the Scottish claymore, are going to charge through the infantry, and they're just going to cut them to pieces. So there is no way at all, that Mel Gibson, with a Scottish claymore that's 10 times bigger than Mel Gibson, because he's only 5'2", 5'4", fag pack if he's lucky. So anyone wielding a Scottish claymore off their back looking like a ninja is impossible. It cannot be done. Cannot be done. Another discrepancy to do with the film, and that is the jocks, us, the Scottish, because I am fucking Scottish and half Irish, so technically I'm a Celt. I used to go headhunting all the other tribes within England, and then when the Romans turned up, they built a wall between Londinium and the northern parts of England, and Hadrian's Wall, still here, a bit like the Great China Wall. Hadrian's Wall was there to keep out all the barbaric tribes from the north, such as Scotland, Ireland and the like. Alright, because the Irish and the Scottish, if you look over the top part of Ireland and the top part of Scotland, it's literally 12 miles across the water. And it'll take, in a rowing boat back then, probably a day to row your boat from Ireland all the way over to Scotland, where the Irish royal family and their nobles jumped in a boat, went over to the island before it was known as Scotland and the Scots, and they colonised Scotland as you know today and gave it the name Scotland with all the other tribes and amalgamated their royal families, bits and pieces, right? So, no further ado, my little Scooby-Doo, I shall grab you my hunting bow. Right, so this is one of my hunting bows. In fact, I've got two bows. I'll move that, move that, I'll move that, move that, move that, and get that. There we go. Right, okay. So we've got two bows. Alright. This particular one is what they call a long bow, and it's a bare bow. So what I mean by a bare bow, when you fire it left-handed, alright, basically a bare bow means it's got no sighting system on there. So you're fighting it with no scope or anything, no sighting system. So this is a long bow. The draw weight on this is 90 pounds. Don't look much, but when you try and draw, you're pulling back 80-90 pounds worth of weight. Right, so this is one of my long bows, although it's a training bow as such, because I train with it. But this long bow you would fire, as it's known as, a bare bow. So in other words, it's got no sighting system on there whatsoever. You can't even attach a sighting system on here. So you're literally looking down the arrow with your eye to the target and hoping that where you're visualised on the target, your arrow will go to the target. Hey Paul, my brother, how you doing? Good man, good man. Listen, your stream earlier, obviously you're making all your rigs, explaining your rigs, the baits, and bang on, my man, bang on. So what I'm saying is, if you and I can hook up over this weekend, if you're available on Monday or Tuesday of this week, cool. You and I can do a split screen live and we can go both at it. I actually make all the boilies that carp fishermen use, from bottom baits, pop-ups, wafters, toppers, the whole shaboom. I make it all myself. I've got my own company that's been running since 1983. Right, and that is including all the time that I served in the armed forces. Now I'm out the army, which will be the end of November officially. I'll be out the army for 25 bloody years. Feels like a generation. Yeah, you know it, Paul. So what I'm saying is, everything that you were saying in your live, Okay, that is bang on. So when yourself and myself are talking all about, you know, what we know, cart rigs, different types of cart rigs, hair rigs, D rigs, a slip D, a bottom bait, a fucking what size hook, the shape of the hook, the reason why you're putting on lead core, the reason why you're putting on lead putty and the reasons behind it and how it all works, all the mechanics and so on. Unfortunately, and it's no disrespect to anyone who's watching America, New Zealand, Australia, wherever the fuck you are in the country, but Europe as a whole, England, the Netherlands, France, Germany, Switzerland, the whole shaboom in the Spain, right? We in Europe as a whole are the forerunners and the leaders when it comes to carp fishing and catfishing for the Welsey catfish. Alright, my largest Welsey catfish is at £250. That was from the River Ebro in Spain. My second largest Ebro Welsey cat wasn't on the Ebro, it was on the River Seine with a guy, an ex-Englishman who lives out there now, by the name of Luke Moffat. That was at £150 and we was in a boat. And the fish was 10 times bigger than the fucking boat. In fact, I still say to this day, if that catfish, that Welsey catfish, opened its gob, it could have swallowed me, Luke, and the fucking boat, and all the tackle that was on the boat, because that's how big that Welsey catfish. I would agree, but I would say regarding carp fishing and, well, how we fish in Europe, right? I'll just take it as Europe, England included, Ireland in there. England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales, and all of France, Netherlands, Switzerland, Sweden, Germany, fucking Poland, the Russians, Czech, everyone in the EU and out of the EU, we all fish basically the same way, alright? There's only 10 rigs, 10 carp fishing rigs you need to know in your entire armoury. There's only 10 that you really need to know. Out of the 1,110 carp rigs, quote unquote, you don't need all of that shit, because if you look at every single carp rig, they're all fucking identical in the mechanics, the properties of why it spits in, doesn't spit out, so on and so forth. Hey soldier, how you doing, my man? So that's what I'm saying, Paul, like all the carp rigs and shit, there's only 10 rigs that you need, that you really seriously need in your fishing. That's all you need, 10 rigs, easy. And this, stop trying to chew on my hunting bow, you fool. So I'm talking to the dog. Yes, is it why I only show basic stuff? Yeah. Doing chores for the missus, soldier. Hey, well, you know, if you've got your other half and there are things to do, I suggest instead of playing around with the lads like we all want to do, you can still do that, but as long as you keep the missus happy. You got thumbs up from me, you got thumbs up from Paul, who's over there in Holland, over there in the Netherlands, and yeah, as long as you keep the missus happy and you're still tinkering away doing the bits that you need to do for her and the bits you need to do for yourself, then you're laughing. I always do. Better on the phone. Hey, you're on my phone now. I don't have a tablet, I don't have a computer. It's just one thing, the phone, boom, done. But who gonna do that? Duo streamer as fast as Paul. Yeah. So Paul, like, when you set up your live, like we are now, right? I've just clocked it when I was setting this up. He said invite a guest. You know, like when you write down the Mrs. Soldier says, you must be all right. Well, I'm a Brit and I'm an ex-soldier, so what does that tell you? And you guys over in America, you celebrate Thanksgiving, which is our parishioners that left England and Ireland, Scotland and Wales because of their religious beliefs, going on the Mayflower, that's alien shit, and they took the journey from here all the way over. Right, Paul, I'm going to write that down in a second, but you are going to have to tell me whereabouts in the Netherlands you are, because I need your area code. And then you are going to have to put the area code or the dial code for the UK. So I believe off the top of my head that the dialing code for the UK is +44. And then whatever my mobile number is, okay? If that makes sense. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Yeah. So, is what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a letter. No, I'm going to do one better than that. I'm going to find the notepad. Alright? My eagage. Excuse all the clutter and the mess. It's half getting done and half not getting done in my house. It does my head in there. It really does my head in. You don't know how fucking it can be. Right, Paul, hang on. 2 seconds. Let me get my pad out before you delete or whatever. So, let me write down your number, man. So I'm just writing it, yeah? So I'm just writing a note to myself so I know when I look back at it, I ain't going to look at it and getconfused.com what it is, who it is, so on, yeah? So let me just squirt through the messages. Alright, I'm just looking at it now, Paul, so give me a sec before you delete or whatever. And I'm just writing that detail up, buddy. I would pin it, but I'm sure you don't want that done, and I don't want to do that. So, I can't. 2, 8, what was it? 2, 8, 3. Oh, my eyes are bad as 2, 8, 3. Right, okay, yeah. So, right, let me just double check that poll before you delete it, yeah? So, once I confirm I've got it correctly, then delete it, yeah? So, I'm just checking it now. Yeah, right, I've got it, Paul. That's all good. I've written it down. It's correct. Yeah, I've got it. Whoop. Oh, now my phone's gone all peaked on. Now it's gone all WhatsApp. Why is it going all fucking WhatsApp? I don't need. Everyone's my fucking enemy until proven otherwise. And then it's right. Got you. Yeah. Yeah. I'll get what you're saying, Paul. I'll get what you're saying, buddy. I'll get what you're saying. $55 and I need contact surgery. Never asked if I ever spent time in the sun. Hey, I think we all spend time in the sun, maybe sometimes a bit too much. But if you don't use polarised glasses and you look directly at the current bump or even a light bulb, it can damage your eyes. And I guess, Mr. Soldier, because you're stateside, that neck of the woods, I'm guessing off the top of my nut that you spend some time on the gun range at some time. Right, I've got your number, Paul. Cool. I'll try it. If it all goes Pete Tong, in other words, it goes wrong, then I will leave a message on the most recent post you've done or live, right? So the live that you did tonight, if that's still on your channel, which I'm guessing it should be, if anything goes wrong, I will message you on that live that you did tonight, yeah? Does that make sense? And I'll brief you up to why or what has gone complete pants. Yeah, if I do it that way. But yeah, like I said, if anything should go wrong, once I put this in my phone, if you can tell me what your avatar is on WhatsApp, so then I will recognise your avatar, your picture, and I'll say, right, yeah, that's Paul, I've got him, so on and so forth, right? So when my, right, so listen carefully, you're gonna laugh your fucking head off anyway, I know you're gonna. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that as well, Paul, because that's a bit, yeah, you're just opening doors for all sorts of mad people, seriously mad people. And I've got your number now, Paul, so what I'm going to do is I'll put that in WhatsApp, but when you receive a message from me, my avatar on WhatsApp, let me sort the phone out of it, so fucking going Pete on, right, you'll see, do you remember Gollum? Do you remember Gollum from The Lord of the Rings? Yes, Master, ring, precious, precious. All about the ring, yeah? I know I'm a good voiceover. I've been told that many a time. Right, well, my avatar is Gollum holding a fully scaled common carp. So if you see that and it comes up on your WhatsApp, it's Gollum holding a carp, that's me. Right, that's me on WhatsApp, and it should come up with my company's name of Kamikaze Baits. Alright, Kamikaze Baits will come up on the WhatsApp, and you'll have Gollum holding a carp of a fully scaled common. Not that I've seen an unfully scaled common, not that I can recall anyway. No, I haven't. If you wonder what the pitter patter is, this my dog Bruce, he's having a mad moment. Yeah, cool. So, like I say, I don't even know what the UK area code is from overseas or different parts overseas. If I remember rightly, it was +44 and then whatever my number is. Alright, so, I don't know. I ain't got a clue, can't remember. I know when my stepkids out in Texas, they used to get in touch with us, so I'm sure it was +44 for anyone ringing overseas to the UK. I'm sure it was. And then obviously what the rest of my phone number is. So, and my phone's never off, Paul. Day or night, you can get me anytime, any place. Fucking, you know, you're at work, you need someone to talk to other than your mates, I'll be on the end of the phone. It's alright, it's all cool. So, what today's little live shorty is. Yeah, cool, right, okay, it's magic, excellent. Now I know. I can't miss your crazy face anyway, do you know what I mean? I've seen it for over an hour today on your live. You know what I mean? You've been cracking up, you have. You really have. And then I'm trying to message, as you're, you know, coming out with rigs and what they do and the purpose behind it, and this is a chod rig, this is a helicopter rig, this is a bottom paid pop-up, all of that. And I'm trying to type a message as quick as you can to explain to those that are in your live who ain't got a clue what the fucking hell you're talking about, because carp fishing is like, what the fuck? Because in America, carp are on the food chain. So if you catch a carp in America, you're meant to kill it, or you can eat it. Either way, if you're eating it, it's dead anyway. Or you can use it as bait, or just literally, if you catch a non-species, such as a carp, which is what it is in America, you're meant to literally kill it on site, like most places in Europe, such as Chechnya, Hungary, Russia, certain parts in France, they still bonk them on the back of the head and kill them. Germany, certain parts in Germany, they will kill and leave it on the side, and it could have been like the record-breaking fish. Could have been like almost £100 carp, and then they've dragged it out, killed it, and no one else is going to get it later on in life. So over certain parts dotted around the globe, it's catch, kill, on site type job. If you're in New Zealand and Australia, carp are classed as a parasite. They're a pest, and they was only brought and taken over to America, Canada, New Zealand and Australia to work on the farms, to clear up all the parasites, the shit and all of that. What's that? Yeah, they're non-native species. So anything that's non-native, in other words, what should not naturally be in that water, it's kill on site. Literally kill on site. Now, I've fished in Australia, New Zealand, Texas, Arizona, Florida. I've been down to the Keys. I've been all over the fucking place. Mexico. I've been all over the gaff. Fishing. Sea fishing, freshwater fishing. I've also had snakeheads out on the bank where you buy them for your fish tank about this big. By the time they become an adult, they're not as colourful as they first started off, and they certainly are not friendly as they start off. If you put goldfish in a tank with any form of species of snakehead, from a giant to not so giant, a snakehead in your tank, pond, waters, it will kill and decimate everything that is in there, everything, because that's what they do, because there is no natural predator to take out that particular fish species, or whatever kind of it is. So where you see on YouTube, wildlife programs, certain people might have even videoed it when they're driving down in a motorboat in America or Canada, and you see all the Chinese Siamese carp all jumping out on the boat, and they do that because of the sound of the engine and things like that. Yeah, snakeheads are a real problem because they can live out of water for over 24 hours. And that's been proven time and time again with all of these boffins over in Europe, as well as stateside, where snakehead is rife, including Vietnam, Thailand, that neck of the woods. Yeah, it's like an eel. In a funny sort of sense, it's like an eel. Hello, Miss Jackies. How's you doing? What did you just say up there? Trying to read your frigging messages. I'm watching you. I'm watching you on YouTube. Very interesting. Playing PlayStation. It's good. So, Paul Jax is a friend of mine. She goes fishing with me, sea fishing, carp fishing, pike fishing. So does a boy, our youngest boy who's 20. And Jax, who just left that comment saying, yeah, she's watching me, plus playing PlayStation, so her and the boys on the game console right now, probably. They're on Battlefield 5, because we all play that. Jax has helped me for 24, almost 48 hours straight me rolling, well, putting all the ingredients together for boilies for one. 2, mixing it by hand with a fork, etc., by hand in a bowl, all by myself, whilst Jackson's given me the ingredients. So the 3 key ingredients to make a boilie is, all you need to know is, Paul, is 1, you need an egg, or box of eggs, right? So you need box of eggs to make a boilie, right? So these are the 3 key ingredients, which at a later date I'll fucking show you, right? In fact, I'm going to grab one of my boxes in a minute that I've made every single boilie in my tub. I make the goos, you know, all the goos that you pour over and dip your shit in. I make all of them myself. So I know my shit, mate. I've been fishing for over 45 fucking years, and there ain't a lot about carp fishing I don't know, including if you pull the pin on an hand grenade and you chuck it in the water, the hand grenade's going to go off, it sends a concussion in the water and all the fish will float to the top, and you just get your landing net and scoop the fuckers. So easy. That's the thing with boilies, yeah, or making your own fishing gear, is that basically if you're making something like a squid flavoured smelled boilie, so something that's on garlic is another fucking fresh garlic. I'll show you a garlic smell in a minute. Alright, so put this, get your notepad and pen out, because you're going to get educated. Alright, I'm going to educate you on some of the things. So fish love spices, so anything to do with chili powder, chili flakes, turmeric, I've said chili powder, curry flavoured. I've done curry flavoured paste, which is just like a piece of paste that you roll around in on your hook or your boilie for extra attractant. It slowly dissolves and breaks down, so on and so forth. Alright, so I've made all of them. Salt, carp and fish love salt, fuck knows why, but I do. Milk, sour milk. So if you've got milk in the fridge that's now gone off and pretty much looking like Colonel Whey, ready for it to be churned out as cheese, you can use that milk in the making of your boilies, or you can sling that in a spod mix and use it in your spod mix. You can even use it to coat and soak all of your boilies in sour milk. It smells, over a period of time, the smell is just going to get rotten eggs, for a better way of trying to describe it, how it smells. To me it smells like rotten eggs. To other people it just smells something dead fucking crawled out your arse and slithered in the gutter. Ah, yeah, right, see, I know lots of I told you, Paul, I like fishing. Carp fishing and fishing as a whole is what I do, and there isn't a lot about fishing I don't know. Truly, there isn't a lot about fishing I don't fucking know. Yeah, see, it's the spice. Alright, so any form of fishing, Jack's just said it, any form of fishing, I've blown her mind on lots of things. She's like, fucking hell, like, slow down, this information download too much, like, it's too much to take in, yeah, that kind of thing. And that's because I know so much about it. Rods, lines, reels, what reel and line you need for fucking sea fishing, to coarse fishing, to fly fishing, all of that. Yeah, coffee granules, alright. If you've got gravy granules, you can also make beef flavoured or chicken flavoured boilies. I've got loads of them and had loads of them. I've made loads of them. I've sold kilos of it in my time. Right? If you don't believe me, ask Jax and she will tell you the truth without me saying a fucking thing. She will give you loads of recipes if you ask her politely. I'm sure she will give you about 5 recipes that she probably knows off by heart how to make it in her own kitchen if she went out there and done it herself right now. Right, so the 3 main ingredients to make any boilie, as well as a pop-up, a wafter and a topper. Right, these 3 ingredients, so you've got 6 ingredients in total to make different bakes, right? But it all boils down to these 3 ingredients, with 1 added to make it buoyant, right? So we stick with the 3 first off to make a boilie as a whole, right? So you've got semolina is the first one. Then you've got maize flour. Hiya Mick, I'm doing a... Ooh, he's all gone fucking Robin Hood. What's he up to now? Well, as it probably says on the title, all my hunting gear. So I've got out my rifles, I've got my bows out, I've got my fucking nets and shit. I've got my hunting knives out, I've got the rifles I go hunting with. You can't go hunting in England with a bow. Them days have been outlawed since 1965. So literally 2 years before I was born, the laws in England to outlaw hunting with a bow or crossbow are fucking indexed. Gutted, am I? Gutted. If I was born before then, in English history, in law, right, it was written that every man from the age of 6 to 50 and upwards, if you lived that long, past 49 or 50 was like your fucking age limit. That's like being 80 and 90-year-old nowadays, you know what I mean? You could go hunting in England for deer, rabbit, pheasant, poussin, pigeon, fucking whatever you like. Yeah, whatever you like. But now, since 1965, you can't go anywhere in England and hunt a quarry and sling it on a plate and feed yourselves with it. It's outlawed. You can't even use a crossbow, whether it be a crossbow pistol, which I tried to get out of the gun cabinet. Yeah, you heard me right, gun cabinet, right? But I've got crossbow pistols, I've got crossbow rifles, ranging up to anywhere up to like 250 pound draw weight. So if you get hit by one of them fuckers, trust me, the bolt is going through you. So this particular one, as I said at the start of my video, and wait for obviously odds to turn up, this is a longbow. This is a training longbow, and the draw weight on this is about 80 to 90 pound draw weight. So that, what that means is it takes 80 to 90 pound of your weight and strength to stretch this to its max capacity to fire an arrow. But this is a what they call a long bare bow. Alright, so this is a long bare bow, and what I mean by bare bow, it doesn't have any form of sighting system whatsoever other than your eyeball looking down the arrow, looking at the target and praying to God that your practice has been good enough to put the arrow in the target where you're aiming at. That's bare bow shooting. So technically this is how archers in medieval times, days of Robin Hood, Sherwood Forest, living in the forest, rob to give to the poor and all of that caper. This is the similar type of bow they would all use, alright, including when the English smashed the French, kicked them in the arse, told them the French where they belong in life and don't fuck with us English, was at Agincourt where they all bottlenecked, and the archers, English longbowmen, literally slammed them and took the piss out of them, and the English army was routed and kicked off the field of battle purely because of the English longbowman, the archer. Right? So this gesture, this 2-finger gesture, and everyone goes up your bollocks, it comes from Winston Churchill. Technically it don't come from Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill did it like that, and that symbol, what I'm doing now, represents victory. And that's why Churchill did that. If he turned it the other way and did that, that signifies to any Frenchman or any enemy that I'm an archer and I've got my archery, I've got my draw fingers, I've got my archery fingers. So when archers were captured in medieval times and throughout the ages before the bow was basically taken over by gunpowder and cannon and all of that, archers were like the special forces, long range snipers, the artillery guys of the day, right? Now, there are several countries around the world where a bow of any kind, whether it be a long bow or a recurve Mongolian takedown bow, which is a shorter bow that you use on horseback, which has just got as much power, if not more power than this, than a war bow, right, which this isn't a war bow. I do have a copy of an English war bow from a bow that was recovered from the Mary Rose, and that's £150 worth of draw weight to draw this string all the way back to fire the arrow. And trust me, I only get 5 arrows off and I'm done. I'm fucked. I'm knackered. I'm burnt out. So this being £80 to £90 worth of draw weight is, yeah, it's still, you know, you got something there, but it's not £150 worth of me. Fucking give it. Hold on, mate. Grab that, pal. So it ain't taking like loads of us to draw this back. It just takes practice. And when I mean practice, I mean you got to pull this fucker back. And you, one thing you never ever, or two things you never ever do with a bow. One, obviously you can see the string, right? I'll show you my black hunting bow in a minute, which is £80 worth of draw weight, and it's a hunting bow. And it's got steel limbs. So this is made out of composites, woods. Alright, it's all thinned down, shave off a bit of weight, but still keeps the power in there. So there's two things that you need to know about a bow, right? One, and if someone goes, yeah, they fire arrows, we know that. Yeah, well, I know that. So two things with a, well, three things with a bow. Now I've just clocked my string, which reminded me of it, right? So, with a bow, or any bow, crossbow, rifle or pistol or bow, whether it be a recurve, which I'll show you in a second, because this is a long bow, and recurve bows look totally different. This is a long bow with any form of bow, crossbow or otherwise, any form of bow. One thing that you never ever do is you dry fire it. So what I mean by that is you pull it back, right? I'm going to do it on this one, just on the once, right? So get your head out of the way, dog's not taking me off, right? So I'm only pulling this half back, right? You never ever do that. That's called a dry firing bow. The reason behind that is you weaken the bow and the limbs. These are known as limbs, top limb, bottom limb. So this is a left-handed bow. You could fire it right-handed, it's ambidextrous. Hang on, but I'm a left-handed shooter in real life. I'm an ambidextrous shooter with firearms. So I can use pistols in left and right hand, rifles left and right hand, and still hit the target. So, like you should never ever do with an air gun, which I'll show you in a brief, is that you should never ever dry fire a firearm, rifle or a bow, because you weaken the limbs on the bow. You can destroy the strings. Alright, the strings over the period of time they lose their lacquering, which is like a filmy wax, and it's the wax that protects the strings from fraying and rotting away, etc. Right, it keeps all the twine, for me to try and explain it really quick here, keeps all that all knotted together and keeps it all nice and tight and fixed into place. Alright, so you never ever dry fire a bow, like I said. I'll say it one more time. Alright, so you never ever fire a dry bow at all. If you're going to fire the bow, at least have a bolt, which is what you use for your crossbow, and an arrow is what you use for a bow. Right? So that's a long bow. So First thing is, you never dry fire it. Second thing is, you make sure that the string that holds the arrows is in good nick, is in good condition. Alright, if it's not, and it's fraying and it's looking like it's going to be a danger or a problem, first thing you need to do is get a new string. Right, so one, you don't ever dry fire a bow. Two, you re-lacquer and wax the string. Alright, and three, you never ever, alright, I see this a lot. I've got lots of friends with bows, crossbows and all of that, and they leave them all strung, so the bow is technically still under tension. Right, so see the curvature throughout the entire bow. Right, now as soon as I release the tension from the string, this bow will then go straight. Right, so I release the tension, the bow then goes like a flat piece of wood. It's only when the actual bow, these are limbs by the way, and they are called limbs on a crossbow, whether it be a rifle or a pistol, these are known as limbs. I'll show you my Olympic competition bow. Yes, I've got an Olympic, full Olympic competition bow that you will see all the Olympic archers using at the Olympics. I've got one. Alright. So one last thing that you don't ever do with a bow, like I said, bow or crossbow, whether it be a rifle or a pistol, is that you don't ever leave a bow fully strung as is. And the reasons why is, one, the bow is constantly underneath tension. Two, the limbs of the bow, which gives it its iconic shape to fire an arrow, damages the limbs. It also damages your string, makes it weak. You're also making your limbs weak because they're constant under tension. Alright, so what we do is we de-string it. So I'm going to do it the quick and easy way. There are other quick and easy ways, believe you me. When you've used them enough, you get the firing enough. So I'm going to try it and de-string that. Alright, so there we go. That's how easy it is. So all we do is you keep the bottom part of your string attached to the bow. Now look at the bows, no curvature. The limbs have gone back completely flat, straight. Yeah, because they're not under tension anymore. But there's a little trick you can do to keep your bow and your string all in one place. Alright. Okay, and that is, you can restring the bow with the string on the back side of the bow, alright, which will not damage the bow. I don't care who tells you any different. I'm telling you from someone who's onto archery, and then also that's what you do, right? So technically I've restrung my bow, right? So that's me restringing the bow. That's the correct way of the bow being restrung, etc. Yeah, but if the string goes on to the back side of the bow, there is no tension within the bow or the string. Right? There's no curvature or anything. So the limbs are not fully under tension. You don't want them fully under tension, because when you come to use your bow will be about as good as a chocolate teapot in a chimp's tea party at Buckingham Palace when they're ordered to go, right? So that is one of my bows. This is a training bow. It's a long bow. It's not a recurve takedown or any of that. It's not on a compound bow with all the pulleys like you see Rambo using. Forget that. That particular bow, a compound bow with all the pulleys and bells and whistles on it, basically makes life easy to draw, say, a 200-pound draw weight where you won't even get there. That'd be your limit. A 200-pound draw weight bow, that'd be your limit. For you to pull that constant 200-pound worth of power and tension and that, for you to pull that every single time to go hunting or practice to shoot targets or whatever, you would have to start pulling that when you was a kid, and you don't stop pulling it. So you train all day, you rest up with a night, train all day, rest up with a night, train all day, rest up with a night, right? But as being the law in England, in the UK, is turned around and said since 1965, by law now, you don't have to turn up to church, pray to God, and have your bow and your quiver, which holds your arrows, to church, and you practice for at least anywhere up to 6 to 10 hours every Sunday after church. That was in English law, right up until 1965, when the law changed, where it clearly states, because I've looked it up, I've got all the laws and hunting in the UK and different parts of the world, where it clearly states you cannot hunt with a bow, a crossbow, or any type of bow at all in England whatsoever. But then somewhere in the law it gets a bit mixed up and a bit confused, because it said if you're in private land, and providing you've got a long enough backstop, so what that means is if you fire the arrow, the backstop is there to catch the arrow should it go this way or that way, or you miss whatever it is you're trying to shoot, but there's something at the back to catch it, and it's safe, and no one is going to be killed by the projectile that you're firing, whether it be a bolt or an arrow. So a bolt is what you use in a crossbow, an arrow is what you use in a bow. Alright, so 2 seconds while I let my dog out, otherwise he's going to go stir bonking crazy like he normally does. That's what happens when you have that English terrier. You're only bred for 2 things, hunting and fighting, and he does both, unfortunately. So you're seeing my couch, what's left of it. Yeah, right, okay, so I mentioned about my hunting bow. Well, this is my hunting bow. Alright, now this is a straight up badass serious piece of kit, and I mean it. Alright, so it looks like the one that was in the Rambo movies. Do you know how many people have said that to me? And do you know how many people are so wrong? But I know where you're coming from. Alright, so this black one, you see that in your shot. Alright, I'll explain what a little white sticker is, bit of tape, I'll explain in a jiffy. Alright, so this piece of kit and equipment, okay, is a recurve takedown hunting bow, and the maximum draw weight on this is about 80 pound off the top of my head. Alright, so it takes 80 pound of your sheer grit, determination and strength to pull back and let loose the arrow. Alright, reminding yourself that this way, yeah, not that way, like you see Winston Churchill giving it, yeah, V for victory jazz. If it's turned that way and everyone nowadays goes, yeah, it's up your bollocks, fucking fuck you, that's basically where it comes from, and what it's about. It's to remind your enemies before, during and after a battle that you are an archer, and you've still got your archery fingers to pull back the bow and let loose the arrow, alright, towards the enemy. So this will be a gesture by all English archers during the days of the archery. England, France, Spain, Portugal and all of that, all having a fucking tear up. Even Saxon times, when the Norsemen from the north, i.e. northern France, which is Caen and so areas, alright, that's where the Norman conquest all came from, and they were originally Vikings, they weren't French. It was just one little pocket that they owned in France, in Normandy. Alright, it was just one little pocket in France, in Normandy, and it was called Normandy, you know, today, men from the north, so the Norsemen. So you're looking from anywhere up So like Switzerland, places like that, the Vikings. Alright, so technically, yes, the Vikings finally came over here in 1066 and gave us a good kicking, because there was 4 kings in England at the time, and where I am, which is the south of England, which is classed as Sussex, you had Sussex, Wessex, fucking hell, I can't remember the other 2 now, it's gone out of my head. But anyway, those that are over in Essex, across the Dartford Bridge, those that know Essex and live that side of the water and know the Dartford Bridge bloody well. Alright, and that are in Colchester, which was Caledonium, when the Romans were here. See how much history and shit I know? I know fucking all of it. They basically overthrew the 4 kings of England in 1066. They amalgamated all the kings and they basically come to some sort of parlay to try and say, right, we're going to have 1 king, I'm going to build a stone castle in central London, and if you don't like it, it's a fucking shit. Right, so that was a Norman conquest in 1066, when obviously a great White Tower and the Norman conquest and the Tower of London was built and built. And not far from where I live, or not even further, closer to where I grew up, is what's left of a Norman moat, and the wall is still there, but the rest of the buildings have now gone to time. And there's a plaque that clearly states and says that it was either the brother or the cousin of Norman the Conqueror, yeah, William the Conqueror, who came over here in 1066. One of his relatives was only down the road from where I am living. So in the next few days, and if the weather's on my side, because I ain't going to go down there and bash my nuts out in shitty weather, I will show you where this place is, where either William the Conqueror's brother or cousin lived. And he was the Earl of something or other. And on the plaque here, it'll tell you all the bits and pieces. So I, on a good day, will go down there and sort that one out for you and do a short, quick live on surrounding areas from First World War, Second World War, going all the way back to 1066, shit like that, right? So stick around, you might learn something, or you might just go, oh, do you know what, I didn't fucking know that. Well, you do now. Alright, so here we go, we've got your string, mine's looking a bit haggard. Haggard needs looking after. Alright, so this is the string. So the easiest way to tell, if you get your string like so, if you're wondering what that little brass piece on there is, that's called a knot. Alright, so when you knot an arrow, that's what they mean. Alright, and that stops your arrow and holds the arrow in the right position and the right place for you to let loose, fire the arrow. Right, so they're the knots. You can either have 1, like you see there, or you can have 2. I think this said 2 and the other one came off. It was messed up or something, so I took it off, I can't remember. Right, now on your strings on the bow, just trying to sort these ones out, right, you have got 2 different sizes of loops, right, and the correct way to know which loop, which part of this loop goes to the top limb, goes down to the bottom limb, we'll see the size of them are slightly 2 different sizes, and it's the bigger size that goes to the top limb. The smaller one is on the bottom. You see what I mean? Alright. So I'll explain this bow a little bit better, because it's a hunting bow. Right, if you can see this, okay, alright, that is a sight, believe it or not, that is the sight for this, okay, and this crazy crazy looking thing. Alright, is what holds the arrow in basically and protects it and holds it steady for you to fire it. Alright, I'm not going to fire it in my fucking house, because there is one thing that won't happen, is I won't get the arrow back out of my walls. In fact, half of these walls, it'll go straight through the bloody wall, so there's no point. Alright, this crazy little thing is what they call a sand dampener and a muffler, and it's basically your stabiliser, so it holds it stable rather than it going all over the place because of the weight of it. So this counterbalances your weight. Alright, and there's another counterbalance just there. Paul, this is my hunting bow. Alright, I got this actually shipped over from America, if I remember rightly, and this bow draw weight, right, so to pull the string back, alright, so if I hold it properly, that's how it's going to look. Yeah, there's the target sight, that little red dot, and then this crazy thing here. If I move my hand out of the way a bit more, this crazy thing here, this holds your arrow in place. Alright, you don't have to have it on there, but it helps. Alright, especially with this particular type of bow. There's other pieces of kit and equipment that I could bolt on here, alright, such as a spirit level, you know, the spirit level with the little bubble in the middle, and when the bubble is in between the two lines, then you know it's level, straight. Yeah, I could have that fitted to this, no problem. And then I know if obviously my posture, my arms and everything all else is all in the right place, right? But this is a bottom limb, and notice its curvatures up. Yeah, we'll stick around because I've got an Olympic competition recurve takedown bow. Right, so this is a recurve takedown bow, hunting bow, and the reason why it's called recurve, unlike this one, alright, if you see the difference in the tips, alright, so if I put the recurve up top and I put my long bow down at the bottom, you'll get what I'm going to try and explain, right? So a recurve bow has a recurve at the end of the tip. The long bow stays straight, alright? And then you got the compound bow, which is the one that you see in a lot of movies or a lot of hunters on YouTube, with the pulleys at either end, and then he'll have another set of pulleys, so that it makes your life easy when you're trying to draw the string back to fire the arrow. And you have like it's basically like a grip, and it hooks on to the actual string that you're going to draw back to fire the arrow, and it locks it into place. So where you need to find it, like your centralized position to fire it, there's a button which is like a trigger, which then releases these two bits, which then replace your fingers from drawing all of that back. And you just press the button and it releases the string and off goes the arrow. Whereas me, I'm old school, mate. I've got compound bows. To me, they're just too fucking easy to use. They're not using any skill or form of training, because all the pulley system takes the fun of you learning how to hold them, draw them, fire them, all that with a proper arrow, not with pulleys at either end doing all the mechanics for you, right, to make your life easy to fire an arrow. Whereas I'm old school, if it ain't broken don't fix it type of guy. So this is a takedown recurve bow, and it recurves up at either end. Alright, you'll see it on my Olympic bow in a second. Alright, so it recurves, and it recurves outwards, so it goes that way. So when you've got the tension on, which I'll show you in a jiffy, so when you've got the tension on, it's pulling back, which gives it the iconic bow shape. Alright, but this, if I was to fire this at you, This would staple you to a tree. This will staple you to a wall. This will staple you any fucking where that you're next to. For example, I've seen people fire these bows out for hunting out in America, right? And they've gone deer hunting 1 minute, right? Then Mr. Black Bear, Mr. Grizzly Adams, he wants to make a show and an appearance. And then they're shooting Black Bear with one of these type of bows. I've seen them use this bow, and I've seen them use the compound bows. And believe you me, these guys were good at what they're doing, etc. And every bear that they shot with the particular arrows that they were using, that bear went down with one shot. It was like being shot in the head. If I have that here, the doors will be knocking around about 0600. Yeah, you know it. Well, in England, now this is what a lot of people are going to go, what the fucking are you talking about? That's impossible. Can't be right. In England, right, I could walk around in the street with the bow, fully strung, and arrows in my pocket. And I could walk down the street without this being in a case, for example. Right? Any one of my bows, crossbows included, right? Because there's nothing in the English law that tells you, or even me, that it's illegal to walk around the streets or even down to your local coffee shop to buy your coffee and come back, right? You could have this slung over your shoulder with the arrows, alright? The police can't really do anything other than about turn and try and want to take it off you, because they think, and this is them thinking, you haven't even done it yet, alright? They think that anyone that's walking around with a bow is going to actually use it on someone or something. Alright? Now, a lot of the time, just recently, that has been the case where police have been fired at with air guns, air rifles, sub £12 legal. Alright, so that sub £12 basically means it's below £12 of foot of pressure to fire that pellet or slug down a barrel at the target. Alright, if it's an air pistol, to be a legal requirement for you to walk in, walk out, go and play with it there and then, for a pistol, air gun, that would be £6 of pressure, no more. If it's over that and you don't have a full firearms license and a reason and a place to be shooting it, you will be getting carted off. Alright? So guns, whether they be air guns, replicas, BBs, all this airsoft shit, or even paintball now, they're firearms and they're toys, as I like to call them, because they're fucking toys. Air rifle's not a toy. Air rifle for me is a tool, just like a spanner, a screwdriver, a wood lathe, a metal lathe, any tool you can think of, that is a tool for that particular person to do their job. For me, an air gun, an air rifle is a tool for me to do my job. I don't go around shooting people anymore, because them days are fucking long gone, because I'm not in the forces anymore. But I like to still shoot, so I go shooting down on the gun range. A lot of the time I train and shoot myself. I train other people to shoot. That's never shot a rifle or pistol, any of that, in their entire life, and within 20 minutes, half hour tops, they can shoot a target at 100, 200 metres away. Alright? And that's purely because they've knuckled down and listened to what I've had to say and not been a dickhead. And then they've just cracked on to do it. Right? So it's easy, right? It's easy for me to go out shooting because I'll be doing it from the day I was born, and I'll be doing it in the afterlife as well. So me shooting, we are as one. Yeah, like mind, body and soul, your arms and your legs and your head and your ears, your eyes, your nose. Right? So legally, you can't walk around in the streets in the UK brandishing any form of gun, whether it be replica, toy, airsoft, air gun, shotgun, live firing, bolt action, whatever you can think of. That's illegal. But it's not illegal, as of yet, to walk around on the streets with a bow or crossbow, with bolts or arrows. You can go up your corner shop, buy your egg, paper and milk, or go and do your breakfast, knowing that you're going to be all right. The only problem is that the police might turn around and come and visit you and ask you, what the fuck are you walking down the road with a crossbow or a bow? What are your intentions? Then they want to try and confiscate it and put the gauntlets, i.e. the handcuffs on you, and take you down the nick, i.e. the police station, to find out and interrogate you and try and confiscate your bow, right? But still, in English law, in every household, every male, so dad plus son, was meant to still have a bow in the house, which goes all the way back to the Magna Carta. Alright? So when England became England, it far outdates all of that shit that William the Conqueror turned around and said, right, this is what you're going to be doing. Yeah. I do get visits from time to time by the boys in blue to check my paperwork out and things like that. So yeah, things do work out in my favour in that sense, right? So, like I was saying, this is a hunting bow. It's purposely built and designed and made for hunting. Right? You could do competition shooting with it, but considering what the draw weight on this thing is, and considering what the power of this thing is, and what it can and what it's capable of doing, not a lot of places like people turning up with bits of kit like this and using them in their archery club, because this, although it's a bow, although it's a recurve bow and it's a takedown bow, and it can generate loads of power in such a small space of time, and it can also be devastating in the wrong hands or even in the right hands if it all goes wrong, then they say no. A lot of places will not let you use a crossbow, whether it be a rifle or pistol, at their archery club. It's either a bow for one discipline, i.e. they only use bows, whether they be long bows, recurve bows, compound bows, all that sort of type of stuff. And they won't let you use crossbows at all, gutted. Otherwise, I'll be down there virtually every single day having a smack out with a bow. Right, so trying to string this bow. Right, so the better way to do it is you do the bottom limb first. So this is the bottom limb. How do I know that? I said I'll get back to this white sticker in a jiffy, didn't I? Well, this white sticker is a piece of just paper tape, right? And so I didn't get which limb goes on what end first, so I labelled one as my top limb and left the bottom limb as is, right? So like I said, to figure out how to restring your bow is that you'll have two loops, one will be bigger than the other. The biggest one goes to the top limb and the smallest one goes to your bottom limb. So that's what I'm about to do now. I'm going to string my hunting bow. Right. So like I said, it's a recurve bow. String goes to the rear, and how you would denote that is if you can see on the limb there, you've got like a groove that's cutting, and your string will sit in there and be protected, right? You can change the limbs. These limbs are made from steel. I forget what particular steel. It's like probably 110, whatever. Yeah, something along those lines. So trying to string any form of bow is always a nightmare. Alright? Any form of bow, they're a pain in the shitter. So like you do with any other bow, you foot it, right, there are aids to string a bow. Right, I'll just make my life quite easy and quite difficult all at the same time. Alright, so all I'm going to do is I'm going to press all the way down so that the loop goes away. Yep, there we go, take things out, get the boat back. There we go. Right, now, so now you can see my bow is now strung, and now you can see the limbs, now you can see the upscale of my ass. Hang on, come here, come back, come here, to you, to me. Right, there we go. Oh, I don't know, why am I upside down now? Oh, this is fucking cool, isn't it? If you want to go that way, go. That's the way we want to go for it. Right, I'll do that because you're on charge as we speak. My phone's just gone for Burton. Right, so now the bow is now strung. So now the limbs, instead of being in the shape that they were before the bow was completely strung out, alright, now the bow has taken its shape and the recurve in the limbs have now obviously recurved. Alright, this is also similar to a bow that was used in, not Rambo. Everyone all gets that fucking wrong. This is not the same particular type of bow that Sylvester Stallone, aka Green Beret John J. Rambo, used in several Rambo movies. Wasn't in the first one, but when he went back to Vietnam for the second time and then fought the Russians, he had a bow, right? And it was not this bow. It was a compound bow with the pulleys, right? So the only closest bow I can think of in recent films would be in Blade, when he meets up with Whistler's daughter and she has a bow identical to this. So these are the limbs, right, and the actual handle's got a particular name to it, right? The handle being where your hand sits and holds the bow, right? And as you can see, like I said, you've got a knot. There would be a secondary knot spaced, and that would be where your arrow's going to sit. So there should be another knot just up here. You can have a single one. Doesn't necessarily have to have a knot on there. Right, because all that is just like a little brass split shot for those that go fishing. It's like a little brass split shot. You just put it on the line, crimp it, done. Measure it out to the second one, put the second knot, and there you go. So when you hear knotting, or you've got to knock the arrow, that's basically what they're talking about. Yeah? And this is what they're talking about, so knotting the arrow and stringing it. Right? So like I said, this is a purpose-made, built hunting bow. Primary job for the hunting bow is to kill, right? To go hunting, put food on the table, such as bears, deer, small game, birds, rabbit, squirrels, beaver, whatever the fuck you want to eat and kill. This is the bow to do it. I'm not saying that no bows can do it. So if you've got a long bow that's like 20 or 30 pounds raw weight, then that's what you're drawing, and that's what you're using, and that's how much power there is to kill your prey, your quarry, whatever that may be. Whether it be 2 legs, 4 legs, or feathers, it don't matter. Right? So now that is fully strung. Even though it's metal limbs, principle still applies. You don't leave a bow fully strung, etc., because it damages the string and your limbs. And when you campfire it, your bow would be nothing. You'll have nothing there. You'll have no guts behind it. Yeah. So I'm going to leave that strung for a minute. Right, so that's a hunting bow. Stabilizer, sight. Right, so stabilizer and dampener. Sight, this basically holds your arrows in, right, when you knot it. Okay, I don't have to have it on there. In fact, if I'm truthful, I prefer to have it on there, and I don't even like sights. I'm a bare bow. Yeah, I'm a bare bowman. Right, so that basically means I fire the bow like it should have been when Robin Hood was running around, or the long bowmen, or the archers of the English and French War of 100 years. Yeah, or the Knights Templar, when they carried bows, they also didn't swing swords and daggers and shields for Christendom and Christ, Christianity, the Holy Warriors, as they're otherwise known as. Yeah. So this is a hunting bow. Yes, this will kill any form of quarry, including a human. Will this hurt? We'll put it this way. You're not going to get off the ground anytime soon. And the only way, depending on type of arrow used, the only way to get the arrow out would be to either cut it, so it's a shorter length, and then you pull it through where the arrow's actually gone in. Never ever pull an arrow back out on itself. Alright, and nuclear warfare wasn't about when the archers were around, but germ warfare was, and it was rife back in medieval times. And how an archer would douse poisons and shit like that on their arrow tips is because they would dip it in the soil. You've got bacteria in the soil. They would also use plants, because archers in medieval England, as well as France, Spain, Portugal, and the like, alright, they was also hunters. They knew their back garden better than anybody. So they knew what times of the season, what plants and what animals are going to be there, the whole 9 yards. To live, to survive in the woods, or in the mountains, or in the open plains, or countries that have open plains, and they've had to obviously build and make settlements. Right, we're back on air. Sorry about that. The fucking phone died on me for some reason, so let me bung in my plugs and you can hear me 10 times better. So, if you're the one and only person still watching, because it's all conked out, thank you for staying. In goes the earbuds. Alright. Kicking off now, didn't we? Right, so, let me turn up the volume just to make sure that the volume is yay hey. Yeah, the volume is yay hey. Right, there we go. So, quick recap. I've explained what the recurve bow looks like, the black one, the hunting bow. So I'll just quickly grab that from my, there we go. So quickly recap, this is a recurve hunting takedown bow. Right, it's a recurve takedown bow. Draw weight of around about 80 to 90 pound of draw weight. Pull the arrow back, let loose, pull the string back, yeah. Points to note: never ever dry fire a bow without an arrow to a target, so you're not actually going to fire an arrow. Right, never ever do that, which is known as dry firing a bow. Weakens the strings, damages your limbs, and it's game over. You need a new bow. Alright, this is a recurve bow because it recurves outwards. A long bow will stay semicircular shape. Alright, and like I said, I have a Olympic, yay, joining us back, well done. So I'm just recapping before the phone went fucking skaboose, and that is this is a hunting bow, purposely built, made, designed, brain fart behind it and all of that caber. It's a hunting bow, and it's what it's designed for, as it says on the tin. This, if I quickly grab that, this is a long bow, right? It's a bare bow because it has no sighting system on there whatsoever. So that little red dot there, as you can see in the shot, that is the sighting system for this particular bow. Also, Olympic competition bows that you see Olympic archers in the Olympics every 4 years, they will fire a bow similar to this, but not quite in any way, shape or form. Not in a hair's branch, right? So these is cheap as chips to buy, right? This cost me about 150 quid. Or if you're in America or Australia or anywhere that you involve dollars, right? This was $150. So this is cheap as chips, but you can still do hunting and going out there and kill your quarry and your black bear, your brown bear, and Mr. White polar bear, which are technically all the same birds, just in different skins and different parts of the equator to live. One likes living out in the freezing cold, and the other two don't like the fucking cold because they like hibernating in a cave and coming out and eating all salmon when it's salmon time, when they're all spawning back in the rivers. Alright, so longbow is straight and will stay always straight. A recurve takedown bow, and how to spot that is it's got the recurve on it. Alright, it's got the recurve on the limbs even when it's unstrung. So in other words, the string isn't on the bow, therefore the limbs will not be as so. They will be more straighter with still a bit of a curve tapered off to the end. So that is the difference between a recurve bow to a long bow, because it's long and straight. And then we got the ultimate, I guess, which is the easy man's bow, as I call it, where you got a compound bow where you'll have a series of pulleys, top and middle, and you'll have a series of, if I remember right off the top of my head, either 3 or 4, so either 3 strings with your actual main string being the 4th one, and if you've got 4 pulley strings going from 2 cantilevers, essentially is what that is. So you'll have a cantilever one end of your bow, so the other end of your bow, and in between the middles. Alright, so this is your riser, what you hold, your grip, that's known as a riser, and these are known as your limbs. Alright, so these are the limbs of the bow. Alright, these are what gives it its capability of shooting and hitting a target and knocking out the target. And if it's during the times of the 100 Years' War or the medieval times, even up to present day, there are several countries around the world where a bow is used more than any firearm in the world to the present day. So if you can imagine how many firearms there are in the world, and how many wars, and how many soldiers, and how many people do use firearms, civilian or military, the bow is up there with just as many people with a gun there is with a bow. Alright, So you've got the same amount of people with a bow as a gun, if not probably more, alright? But in the UK, you can't go hunting with a bow. You can only use it for competition or recreational, i.e. you turn up to an archery club, they've got a target down range anywhere up to 100 metres, and if you're a good shot you can hit 100 metres. Those are the only type of bows and places you're allowed to use a bow in England. If you want to go hunting, then you have to go to either Europe or pack your bow up, sign it all off, say it's all ticketed, jump on a plane, go over to America or Canada or other places, other countries where you're allowed to hunt with the bow. You can hunt with the bow legally, as long as you're in hunting season. I do have a bow quite similar to this recurve takedown bow as a hunting bow, but on the riser, i.e. the hand grip, for those a quick and easy way to explain it, you got a fishing reel. Alright, so the arrow that you fire is a particularly designed arrow for fishing, right, which has got a broad head on it, the old classic diamond shaped arrowhead, and then on the side of the arrow, where the arrowhead is, you'll have two arms that will flay out from the side once it impacts the target and goes through to the other side. These arms, if you like, they will then come out of the arrow, so that if you try to pull the arrow back out of whatever you've just shot, the bars that are on the arrow prevent you losing your quarry, because the arrow will not come out backwards, it'll only go forwards to draw your arrow out, right? So on a bow that I picked up in America, because it was the only place I used it at the time, alright, the bow that I went fishing with, alright, bearing in mind I'm going with friends and family, and they all turned around and said, yeah, we're all going out fishing this particular night, we're all going out fishing. I'm thinking, great, we're all going out carp fishing, because that's what they told me, we're all going out carp fishing, and I think we're all having fishing rods in the fucking boat that we're going out to 6 o'clock in the morning and going carp fishing. Unbeknown to me, when I finally turned up to where the jetty was and picked up the boat, and I'm looking around, right, get the bows, get the kit, load up the boat, yeah, get the idea, right. I'm looking around like a typical fisherman thinking, where's the fucking fishing rods? There ain't no fishing rods in the boat, so how are we going to go fishing? Then they all put the bows on the boat, and the bows have all got, like I say, on the riser, which is your hand grip, your centre part, which holds the limbs top to bottom, and on the riser there is a fishing reel, and what that does is the fishing line actually clips to another shot line, which is then connected and part of the arrow that you're now going to fire at the fish in the water. Alright, is what they do is they drive, or what we did and what I've now seen over the last few years, is that you drive out 2 o'clock in the morning, big powerful torches and beams, you shine in the reeds and all the snags and all the places that a common normal angler, as I put it, a normal angler with a fishing rod and line, bait, etc., you cast out from the bank or the boat into the water and away you're fishing. No, when you're out carp fishing with a bow and it's got a fishing reel attached to it on the riser, which is what my hand grip is, you fire the arrow into the fish then tries to obviously get away before it bellies up and dies. You then use the rest of the bow and the reel as your fishing rod, and that's how you go bow fishing. Alright, so I do have one of those. Unfortunately, I couldn't be bothered to drag all of them out. Alright, so dragging out 3 bows is enough for this particular video. Alright, like I say, I do have crossbow rifles and pistols. I do have a bow, like I say, quite similar to this in design, but on the riser, which is the hand grip, that's what it's called. Alright, you would have a fishing reel and you would play in the fish just like you would do on a fishing rod, except for you're holding a bow, and now your bows become the fishing rod. Crazy, huh? Crazy, crazy, crazy. Right, so those are two types of bows. Right, so this is a hunting bow, the long bow that I previously showed you. Quick look again. Right, so this is a long bow. It's a bare bow because it don't have no sights. That's a recurve takedown bow with sights and stabilizer, which is this here. Keeps it stable, balanced, so you've got grip of it, and it also is a muffler, it's a damper system. Alright, so you've got those two. Right, so my other part of my hunting gear. Alright, people keep asking me, hunting, what do you do when you go hunting? What do you fire? What do you use? All of that, right? All that 9 yards. Well, it's quite simple, right? I go out with several rifles on depending what I'm actually out there to shoot, right? So if I'm doing pest control on a farm, which has recently been the bag of operations, for a better way, right, is I use a rifle. Right, so recently I've been out doing foxes, I've been out doing rabbits, pheasants, rats that live in barnyards, animal feed, swell places, shit like that. So I go out with several different types of rifle depending on what the shoot is and what I'm actually firing at. So I'll give you a clue. If I'm out foxing, this is one particular rifle that I would use if I'm out culling all the foxes off the farmer's land, because the foxes are either got myxomatosis, they're nicking livestock, killing and nicking livestock, alright, things like that. So if you never or don't know much about foxes, foxes don't actually eat the thing that they've just killed. They will bury it and come back later when all the maggots and it stinks to high heaven, and then they come back and eat it. Or if they haven't buried it and covered their trail and track good enough, another fox will come along and it will dig up what you've just buried to eat at a later date, and Mr. Strange Fox will come along and nick your quarry. Alright, so this is just one of several rifles. Alright, this is just one of several rifles that I will go out and shoot a fox with. Alright, now you're all going to go, I know that rifle, it's from World War II, and how the hell can you use an antique to go out and shoot foxes? Well, quite simply, I have several of these bolt action type of rifles, and this, for those who do or don't know, or if you do know, switch off. If you don't know, prick your ears up, because you're going to get told what it is. Right, so this particular rifle is a Lee Enfield number 4 bolt action 10 round magazine. That's the magazine, it holds 10 rounds, and you can also have a round shoved up the breech ready to go when you want it to go. Right, so technically you get 11 shots rather than a straight 10, which is what the magazine holds, 10 rounds. Okay, this one, for all intents and purposes, is a deactivated rifle. So this is why I'm showing it live on YouTube, and I'm playing around with it, and I'm going to show you it. It's deactivated, it cannot be fired unless you take it to a gunsmith and a re-armourer, and they can re-armour it into fully working order. Right, but this is a World War II Lee Enfield number 4 rifle. Alright, this caliber is .303, or is terminally known as a 30 caliber type of ammunition. Alright, because that's basically what 303 and 7.62 is 30 caliber ammunition. Alright, this is a bolt action rifle, and it's the bolt. Alright, currently got the safe mechanism on safe, so that's safe. So anytime you see one of these rifles, whether it be this particular one, which was cheaper, quicker and easier to make for the war effort from 39 to 45 during the Second World War, right up until when the SLR self-loading rifle 7.62 FN from Belgium, we had semi-automatic, and Belgium and the Argentinians, for example, they had the fully automatic version of the SLR. Alright, same weapon, same caliber, one's semi-automatic, we had it, Australia had it, Canada had it. Alright, and obviously the Brits, us, we had it, and we used it in combat down in the Falkland Islands in 1982, firing against the Argentinians that wanted the Falkland Islands back from us out of British hands into, dare I say it, the Argies' hands, right? So, if you've ever heard of the Mad Minute, this particular rifle, or the SMLE, right, which is that, right, so the number 4 rifle is distinctive. You can see by the muzzle, you can see by the foresight and the bed block and blade, as it's known. Alright, as in now, different types of configurations of bayonet in length and design and style and what their purposes were. All bayonets are basically to engage close, personal with the enemy. Alright, so like I said, when I go out foxing, alright, I use this particular rifle, or one of these particular rifles. I've got this in 303, 7.62. I've also got 2 air rifles like this, exactly like this, but it's been converted into an air gun, an air rifle. Alright, it's up to £12 swingers and bells. Alright, so this is a bolt action rifle, so to operate and open and close it, you just lift up the bolt, like so. That's the spring in the bolt itself. Yeah, pull back the bolt. Inside there is the magazine, as you can probably see. This part here is the breech, where my fingertip is. That's where the bullet goes into to get ready to fire. The bolt is what holds the firing pin. Alright, so when you, and obviously down now, that's the magazine housing, because that is the top of the magazine. Right, the magazine does come off on all Lee Enfields, which is a little magazine release catch there, and the magazine comes out. So there's the magazine. It holds 10 rounds in that magazine. Alright, and the idea was, you as a squad rifleman, you would carry spare magazines, but then they realised that leaving the magazine on and having stripper clips of 5 rounds each on a brass clip that you push into the magazine, to the rear of the magazine down there, and you just push the 5 rounds into the magazine, which is situated on the rifle, which I'll show you in a second again, and you're good to go. You're racked. You've got 10 shots in that magazine, and if you've got one shoved up the spout, so you've got one shoved in the breech there with the magazine fitted, which obviously your anchors have just took me off, you will have 11 shots to play around with. Now the German Mauser and the Kar 98 sniper rifle, which is K standing for carbine in German, alright, you get 5 shots, and it's a damn shorter than this. This is a full length rifle, the SMLE 303, same calibre, same ammunition, same brain fart and design and everything else. Okay, the SMLE is technically a cavalry carbine version of one of these. These came after the SMLE 303 World War One battle rifle, right? So the SMLE is known as the Enfield number 3 rifle. This is the number 4 rifle that came on the outbreak of World War II, right up until obviously when Britain and her Commonwealth countries replaced this bolt action rifle with the SLR, self-loading rifle, and you had 20 rounds, so you had 10 more rounds than this, and it was semi-automatic, so you cock it once and you fire by keep pulling the trigger as quick and fast as you can to get off all 20 rounds, etc. Alright, and you ain't got to open and close a bolt. Alright, now if you're a sniper in anyone's army, and if you're an old shitbag like me, alright, I was a marksman on this rifle when I was a kid, alright, and I'll tell you the reasons why. Okay, I signed up in the Army Cadet Force in England, alright. It's a youth organisation that is part of the British Army, alright. And when I served in the Army Cadet Force, this rifle I knew inside and out, and I still do know this rifle inside and out. Every last piece of it, alright, including the brass butt plate, as you can see there, alright. That is where you store your cleaning kit, so you pull through your brushes and your oil bottle. That is it to clean this weapon, and a bit of flannelette, which is like an oiled cloth, clean all the shit and the grease and whatever off. So, being a kid, I think I was about 11 or 12, I think, when I falsified my age and went in the Army Cadet Force. Right, these are the rifles that I got to play around with. Alright, A, to know what the rifle's about, 2, knowing how to operate it, and 3, using it on a target range, whether it be indoors, outdoors or other. Right, even on exercise, using this with blank ammunition makes a lad bang. So I reapply the magazine. Okay, just simply slot in. Alright, don't ever do that. Alright, even I don't even know why I just did it. But all this bullshit you see any Hollywood movies, including, right now this is including the American Armed Forces, whether it be their main battle rifle, which is obviously going to be an M16 or an M4 or whatever, alright, you never ever John Wayne your magazines in like I did, alright, you never put the magazine in and smack the bottom of it, whether it be your rifle or your pistol, because you will damage that magazine. And if you've got a damaged magazine, the chances are you will have a malfunction with that weapon, without doubt. I don't care who taught you any different. I'm telling you from someone who's a very highly trained operative with rifles, firearms, etc. Alright, and not once in the British time service of my military career, being in the Army Cadet Force and then the regular army as well as the reserve forces later on that day, all teach you about slamming the magazine in, like you see in the movies, like banging it across your smack hat, fitting it onto the weapon and doing that shit. All you're doing is making your survivability on the battlefield minimal, because now you've potentially damaged your weapon. And now if you've got a malfunction on your weapon, you're now non-effective until you can get the weapon firing again, or the weapon is damaged and you pick up and start using something else for something else. Yeah? So never ever bang the magazine like so, whether it be your handgun and you're going down a fucking gun range, whether it be a rifle and you're out on a rifle range, you're out hunting, whatever, alright? Never ever John Wayne and slap the magazines in, because you're going to damage your magazines. You can set off a breech explosion. I've only ever heard of it, I've only ever met a guy that's ever done it. He looks like a mess, and by all accounts, by him twatting the magazine as hard as he could, near enough like, you know, throwing it on the floor on the side of a fucking mountain, the ammunition somehow, some way, detonated inside the rifle, and it exploded while he had it in his grasp. Alright, so like I said, I was a marksman on this when I was a kid. Alright, I was also on the Army Cadet Forces shooting team for many years, right up until I went in the regular army. And even when I joined the army, they realised and recognised that I was good on a rifle range, that I was a good shot, I was a natural shot. So therefore, I was then recommended that later on in life, that I would go to sniper school. And sure enough, I did go to sniper school, and sure enough, I passed it. And sure enough, I can shoot one of these out to 15 plus meters. Alright, this is effective, this rifle, although it's 81 years, not far off from 100 years old. This rifle, for those that may or may not know, but this rifle, along with the Kar-98 German Mauser rifle, alright, are still used today. And one of those places is out in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Alright, so these rifles, number 4 rifle that you see here, is still used today out in Afghanistan. It has a rifle scope bodged on top of it, and it still punches out to 15 plus 100 meters. Alright, so 1,500 meters, this is accurate out to that. Alright, it comes with a 300 meter set battle sight directly. If you flip up the sight again, alright, so if I flip that down, alright, that sight now is at 300 meters. If I sling that up, it's anywhere out to 500 meters. Alright, so the aperture dot hole that you're looking for is smaller. Alright, so like I said, this is a bolt action rifle. It's a Lee Enfield number 4. To operate the bolt, because it's been cocked, that's why it sprung out the way it did. Operate the bolt, you simply push forward until you hear the, yeah, and you lock it down. Make sure that the bolt's down. Now this weapon is ready to fire. So there is a way to tell that, and that is because the cocking arm is to the rear. Now to decock this, or even cock it, with or without the safety catch on, and you could potentially fire it. Well, we're all upside down. I don't know why we're upside down. Maybe it's my fucking bone doing it. There we go. Oh, I'm back upside down again. I'm upside down. There we go. Let's turn it that way. There we go. Right. Oh, for fuck's sake. Epoxy freaking phone, really. Oh, you see me stand. You ready? So J.O. Fishing, you ready to go bow fishing in the spring, eh? Jay, I'm not really too sure, other than my camera's sending me upside down, and I think I was in fucking Australia or something. There we go. So if it's facing that way, you should do that way. Yay! Finally. So sorry, J.O. Fish, I have subscribed to you, so you say that. Just want to give a quick big shout out. Let me try and sort out my ear ducts. So it's sort of coming through the ears and not coming through my phone, if that makes sense. There we go. Right, there we go. So there we go. Reconnected the plugs. Right, so before I try and make a third or fourth attempt at this, alright, I'd just like to give out a big massive shout out to some of my subscribers, as well as I am a subscriber to them as well. Alright, so a big shout out to Let's Tab 59. Get on that channel, look it up. It's called Let's Tab 59. So that's Let's L-E-T-S Tab T-A-B. And if you don't know what tab means, it means Tactical Advance to Battle. It's an infantry word mainly used in the airborne forces, my regiment. So check out Let's Tab 59's channel. Also check out another good channel. If you like anything history and military and things like that, whether you're in England, overseas, France, Belgium, Germany, whatever, then there's another good young channel, but he's got loads of subscribers literally in a blink overnight, and that is the History Veteran UK. So look up that channel, History Veteran UK. Look up that channel if you want to know anything or possibly trace one of your family members from the Great War to the present day. He might just be the guy that you need to be speaking to find out what you're asking him for, and he'll do the Columbo work, as I put it, or the, the digging around the research stuff. As far as you've got, you give it to him, and then he'll crack on from there, and he'll try and find your family, loved one, whether it be from the First World War, Second World War, Korea, Suez, Burma, that type of stuff. Alright, so that's Let's Tab 59. Good channel. It's a good friend of mine. His name's Keith, and his good lady wife, Mom, Trace around. So if you guys are watching this later, hi Keith, hi Tracy, and family, obviously. So Let's Tab 59, check that channel out. It's anything all army barmy. Check his channel out. Very good, highly recommendation. He is a 25-year soldier. Rank was a sergeant major in the Prince of Wales War Regiment by Lady Diana's regiment. Check that channel out if you want to know anything army barmy. That's the guy that you want to go and speak to. Alright, he definitely, without a doubt, knows his stuff, without a doubt. Alright, and between me and Keith, and if you are watching this back, Keith, like I say, you and I have got a strange connection as such, in the fact that my relative passed off from Depot Woolwich on that big long parade square that you would have passed off when you was in the artillery. Alright, so the last family member that passed off that square would be my cousin Craig in 1983 when he joined 3rd Battery Warhorse Artillery. Alright, whereas my daughter, she done 10 years in King's Troop Warhorse Artillery. I forget what battery she actually passed out in. It might have been number 3 battery, maybe. I can't remember. I'll have to double check and ask her. But she ended up going to King's Troop Warhorse Artillery, and she was based at Depot Woolwich, where King's Troop are now back home at Depot Woolwich, where the Flying Gunners used to be. So if you don't know who the Flying Gunners are, they are the motorcycle experts and Evel Knievels of the Royal Artillery Regiment. You've also got another Evel Knievel Regiment, motorcycle display team, and they're known as the White Hats from the Royal Corps Signals. Right, so they're the only two that I can remember off the top of my head. Anyway, so we've got Let's Tab 59's channel. Go and check him out. Anything army, barmy and green. Rank structures, pay, what it was like back when Keith went in the army in 1976. I was in the forces by 83. So I had the days of the SLR myself and 58 pattern epoxy webbing and shit like that, and the old Parasas Bergen with the metal frames digging you in the back, and then the kid would kill, absolutely fucking kill you. So that's two. So we've got Let's Tab 59, you've got the History Veteran UK, check them two channels out, and then we've got Nobby, which is 2531, I believe that was the last part of his army number, maybe. Go and check Nobby out. He does loads and loads of really good charity work. He does all sorts of mad stuff, as well as he's a lollipop man. There you go. He's always used to be a lollipop lady, but he works as a lollipop man in his spare time at broken time. He does charity work, he does all sorts of mad stuff. Believe you me, the guy is fit as a butcher's dog and apron, even though he's had some medical issues over the last few years. And what he does compared to what I think I do is enough. He puts me to shame every time, all the time. So those three channels there, military based stuff, you want to look up a relative or anything like that, you want to be looking at the History Veteran UK, check him out, highly recommend it, big time. Like I say, Let's Tab 59, anything Army, Barmy and Green that you want to know about the armed forces, go and check all of his shorts out, go and check every single video that he's ever put out there, from VE Day celebrations, VJ Day, which is victory in Japan, or over Japan when the Japanese quit and they waved the white flag finally. Check him out, rank, pay, what he was like when he went in, so on and so on. And also Paul van der Hurf, check that guy out. What he doesn't know about carp fishing over in the Netherlands, where he lives, and where he fishes, what that guy doesn't know ain't even worth banging on the back of a postage stamp, let alone a gift card that you're going to put it on to go and send it. Right? I've watched his stream earlier on today, and he impressed me with the amount of knowledge he knew in, I believe, 25-30 years of out there carp, cat and sturgeon fishing. So he goes out there fishing for the big Welsey catfish, big Welsey catfish, the European catfish basically. Goes after carp, so mirror carp, common carp, grass carp, cruising carp, which is the smallest of the carp. Record breaking is £4.6, done by John Wilson's nephew by the name of Martin Bowler, who John Wilson passed away now. I didn't really like or get on with the guy, but John Wilson's nephew is Martin Bowler, so those that didn't know, you now do, because I've just told you. So check those channels out. I can leave, after doing this, I can put descriptions and bits and pieces of people's channels in the description below after this, whatever. Right, so I can list Nobby's channel, Keith's channel, which is Let's Tab 59. Good guy, like I said. Anything Army, Barmy and Green you want to know from British Special Forces operations conducted that were in public knowledge. What it was like to be in the army 76 to when he got out in 2014, 2015 I believe it was. So if I've got all that wrong, Keith, you can give me a show praise and I'll turn up with all my kit, all immaculate, not a problem, I can do that. Alright, because my dad was a sergeant major before he went to the Paras. So he came from the East Surrey's regiment originally before he went to Para. And basically I had bullshit, a set of boots better than any fucking guardsman I know. Absolutely, without a doubt, right? Because the old man, my old git, my dad, Sergeant Major, he's the one who basically showed me how to do it the proper way, including beeswax. How about that? No clear floor polish, just beeswax, kiwi polish. There's your on and off brush, get on with it. So, that was me. Right. So, with that being said, I'll recap before me shit piles off. Right. So, this is one of my hunting rifles. It's a Lee Enfield number 4 bolt action rifle, 10 shot, 11 if you want to put one up the chamber. There we go. It's now currently on safe. That's your safety catch. Alright. This is the cocking handle. Alright, if I move my phone, the camera's going to go all up the crapper. So, you can cock an SMLE or a number 4 rifle just by pulling. I've got the strength of a gnat. In a minute. Alright, let's do it that way now. Alright, that's now cocked and ready to fire. Alright, even though I've not opened the bolt. Alright, I've not opened the bolt to cock the rifle. I don't need to. Right, it's all I need to do. Take the safety catch off and pull the cocking mechanism back, even though the bolt was closed. Now it's open. Now it's good to fire off the action. Alright, so this is one hunting rifle I've got. Like I say, I've got a couple of these in an air rifle in 177, which is 5.4mm, or 22, which is .2 caliber, which is 5.5mm. Alright, so don't be afraid. I have got these Beact, and this being one of them. Alright, I won't show you the weapon serial number because that ain't none of your business. That only applies to me and the paperwork. It don't apply to you on YouTube. Alright, but this is a deactivated Lee Enfield. I've had it deactivated for an actual purpose and a reason. So this I've got chambered in 303, 7.62 and 308. Alright. And I've also got a rimfire 2.2 version of this, and I've also, like I said, I've got several air rifles that are basically all this, but it's been chambered out, so it can have a rifled air rifle barrel in there, chambered in 177 and 2.2 caliber. Alright, so when I'm out doing the foxes, it'll be a rifle similar to this, or more modern rifle, either a 2.2 or 338 or 308, or sometimes even a 223. Alright, which is, excuse me when I pluck my tooth, or 223, which is technically the civilian version of the 5.56, and NATO ran that M16s, the SA-80, and all NATO forces currently are standard use, right, along with the 7.62 caliber, which is 30 caliber ammunition. Right, so although it's a World War II rifle, this is what I go out shooting foxes with. Alright, just chambered in a slightly different caliber to go and do the job. That's all. Now we're going to get on to what type of air rifles does I got. Well, that goes on. Right, okay. One of my air rifles, you're all going to go, yeah, that's an M16, and yeah, you'll all be right. But this is a air rifle. I do have live firing versions of said rifle. I do have M4s as well that are all sprayed up, looking all wary and all that kind of. So if you're wondering why there is some tape on the scope. Well, the simple answer is because I use a night vision piece of equipment, an attachment, goes onto the back of the scope, and then there's a camera that looks through the rear view aperture on the scope, instead of putting my actual eyeball looking down on the rifle butt to look down the scope. I've got a camera on there, and it's all I do is I look at the TV screen that would sit up roughly about here. Alright. Effective range for this is about 110 yards. It's in .22 caliber. It's no point me trying to show you the different colour reticles, because they won't bloody well show up on the camera anyway. If you can see that, then you can see more than I can see. Alright? Because inside there is a series of reticles, i.e. your crosshair, right, and they glow up red, green and blue, and bright green, red, blue, and then different colours after that. So there's 3 shades of different colouring on the crosshairs for you to see to take the picture shot. So you've got black, green and red and blue. Alright, so that holds the battery for the crosshairs to illuminate. These are your turrets for elevation. Right, so the top turret is for elevation, for up and down, and this one, you see that? Good enough? Right, the one on the right is for left and right, yeah? So the top one is for elevation, for up and down, and this one on the right hand side, sometimes also on the left hand side of the scope. So if I spin it over, right, sometimes on the scope there we'll have one parallax as well on there, and that will be for either zooming in, zooming out, ballistic calculators, all that type of, yeah, your fine tunings, put it that way. Alright, and if I read this correctly, so 1 click equals 1 click MOA. Alright, so 1 minute of angle. Alright, for those that are all gun nuts and shooting, you all know what I'm talking about. If you're not, Google it, because I'm not going to spend a good couple more hours on my phone going to die and me trying to explain what I mean by 1 minute of angle, this, that and the other, blah blah blah. Alright, if you're wondering what this big piece here is, that is all ghillie tape, or what we call sniper tape or ghillie tape. Alright, it's just basically like cloth bandage, right, and you put it all over your kit and equipment to mask it up and break up the outline and the shape of it. But on this front of here is a tube, right, it's basically called a sun hider. Alright, basically stops the reflection from the front of your scope reflecting back out, and it also reduces the light coming in to burn your actual retina and your eyeball. Alright, this is a .22 caliber rifle. It does have a kick, it does make a crack, so if I give you a demonstration, one thing you should never ever do with any air weapon, be it pistol or rifle, is dry fire it. So this is only going to be done once on my tongue. Alright, there you go, now it's cocked, it's ready. Safety catch on the left hand side is now prominent, whereas before that is flush. Right, that's flush, there's a little safety catch there, so it's now prominent to tell me that the safety catch is working, ready to take off the action. And if I take off the action, listen. Alright, that's what it sounds like. You can't have a suppressor or moderator or silencer. Alright, it's a moderator. Alright. If you're in America or in the movies, you all call it a silencer. If you play Call of Duty, it's a silencer, but it doesn't silence anything. right? Because all it makes quiet is the shit that comes out of the muzzle, alright? And it reduces some of the gases and some of the flames and things out of the muzzle to hide where your signature is, alright? But, you know, one thing that a suppressor, moderator, silencer, alright, use in America, we'll call it a silencer, because you have to be fucking different. In England, we call it a moderator because it moderates the sound and the recoil of the rifle or weapon it's attached to. Alright, sometimes known as a billy can, a suppressor. Alright, the only thing a suppressor does not suppress the sound from is the explosion going off in the breech. Right, so a silencer does not make this area quiet on any weapon that it's attached to, whether it be a pistol or a rifle or a machine gun and shit like that. This does not go any quieter. Alright, a silencer does not make the bang of the explosion of the firing pin hitting the bullet on the back of the cartridge to go down the barrel from the breech down to its target. It doesn't make it quiet at all by any stretch of any Hollywood imagination. It's only for the fucking movies. Alright? So now I've just educated you. A pew pew that sounds pew pew on TV in real life does not sound pew pew when you got a Coke can or a bottle or a suppressor, a moderator, or failing the Hollywood word, a silencer. Right? It does not stop the crack, the thump, the explosion going off in here for that bullet to go whizzing off down the target. It doesn't do that. So you still can hear the shooter firing even though they've got a can on the end of it. Alright, this does not take a suppressor. Will not, because it hasn't got the fittings and attachments to do so. Alright, so this makes a loud bang. So this is my target rifle. Alright, I could go out hunting with it, but the chances are I'll get one shot, I'll hit what I'm hitting, what I'm targeting at, and then the rest of it will all fuck off. The birds in the trees there fuck off, they'll all come back and they'll be quiet for about an hour, 2 hours, and then you can go hunting again with one of these type of rifles. Alright, because this is loud as fucking loud is, alright, compared to all my other rifles. Alright, so that's 2 rifles that I go hunting with and target shooting with on occasions. Alright, so my other 2 main rifles, you're going to go, fucking hell, how much shit has he got? Trust me, I've got an armoury. Alright, when I do something, I do it fucking full on and proper. There's no fucking piss arsing about when I do shit. Right, we come to my rifle that I've had for now 25 years of my life. Alright, this is one of my hunting rifles that I will go round barns, farms, fields, hedgerows, you name it. Alright, and this rifle is a 2.2 air rifle on a PCP bottle, so this is the air cylinder bottle that fires the projectile out of the muzzle. Alright, and again I've got sniper tape on just about anything and Hessian sack on just about everything, more or less within reason. Alright, so this is my stealth. Like I say, it's a PCP rifle, which means pre-pneumatic charged cylinder basically. So technically this is a miniature dive bottle. Alright, that's a miniature dive bottle. And now, alright, that's the butt, that's the gas or the air tank. This is the breech, that's the cocking handle. Yeah, so you push that forward. It's now cocked. My rifles and weapons are never ever loaded. And little red button there, if you can see that little red button, that's the safety catch. Right, you might have just heard a little noise there. That's where it's dumping the air. That's what it sounds like with the suppressor. The suppressor, or silencer, is just this piece here. Just that piece there. Alright, it's just that piece. It all breaks down into three pieces. That's what it sounds like. Don't sound noisy, does it? It's not meant to. Alright, it's a Bushel scope, Bushel striker, and you can probably see there, Bushel striker scope. Alright, it does zoom out to, I think it's 32 by 9 or 932 off the top of my head. If you're wondering why I've put all this camo on it, and that's because this, like I said, is one of my hunting rifles, one of my pest control rifles. This being the bipod. Yeah. So if I'm sitting in a bush, a hedgerow, or wherever, in or out of cover, camouflage, what I'm sticking out through a hedgerow or whatever isn't going to be seen by anyone else. Bearing in mind the rest of the rifle will get covered as well. So that includes my red beam spotlight, which torches and the batteries hang in there as it is. Yeah. If you're wondering what this bracket up the top here for, that is for the night scope attachment, should I wish to go down that road. And that's basically it. And there's the little pretzel. And I don't mean something you eat on a bar. Right, so that's the pretzel. It's on a switch, it's on a pressure pad. So I push it, the torch beam goes on. Take the finger off or press the button off. And the torch beam goes off. The torch has been given a red filter. So therefore I've got a red torch beam, not a bright torch beam, even though the torch beam is bright red. It doesn't scare or spook any animals. So if I'm shooting rabbits, I can quite easily pin that rabbit off. If I'm shooting a rat in a barn or slurry somewhere on a farm or wherever the rat pokes its noggin out, that rat cannot see a red beam. Right? Can't even see infrared. Certain animals can, certain animals can't. A rat cannot see red. A rabbit cannot see red. If you put a green filter on there, they will see green. If you put a clear lens on there, they will see it as if they was out in broad daylight, right? So, because I'm a sneaky twat, and I go out hunting and doing the things that I do, I put a red beam on now, so I've got a red beam torch. Right? It still does not stop me from doing whatever shooting I'm doing, including the target, right? So technically it's alright, right? It's no problems, no dramas, no petrels. Fill pressure on this is 250 bar. Out of that one bottle you're probably going to get roughly around about 110, 120 shots on one fill of this bottle. Alright, and then you'll have to unscrew the bottle, put another bottle on, or you can do what I do, which I don't always take out in the field, which you probably hear, like, fucking hell, what's he got, a ship's bell or something. So this is what I fill my Stealth. That's the fill probe, and the bottle screws up to this, and then I turn the pressure gauge and up goes the air into my bottle. Alright, this is a diving bottle, as you may or may not recognise it. Alright, it's air compressed that you and I are breathing now, and if you used to be in hospital and they've got to give you oxygen, this is one of the bottles that your face is going to be rigged up to. Alright, so this is what I fill up all of my PCP rifle, so pre-pneumatic cylinder. Alright, so these, or this dive cylinder, which is either a 3 or a 7 litre bumpy, diver's bottle. Basically a bottle to get you out of this shit when the main tank is now drunk or on the lowest of low. And this is technically like an emergency bottle or buddy bottle, as us scuba divers will call and refer it. Right, so this is a buddy bottle, and this is what is going to get you out of trouble. Right, and that's what I fill up all of my PCP rifles. So this Stealth is a PCP rifle. This is my hunting rifle. It breaks down into 3 parts. So this comes off, suppressor comes off, and then I've just got the body with the scope and the torch, etc. And that 3 parts will all go in a simple rucksack, and out in the Ulu you go. Alright, so that's just Stealth. It's made by a local guy to Kent, south of England, and the actual make of it is called Gun Power. Alright, like I said, this is a 22 calibre. They also make it in 25, 177, and I believe that's it. Alright, I'm not going to tell you how much I paid for this, because I paid a lot of money for it, and trust me, 25 years down the line, people have given me probably about 3-4 times the amount I actually paid for it in cash, because they want to buy this, because it is so accurate and so good of what it does. It does exactly what it says on the tin. Alright, so that's one of my PCP rifles, pre-pneumatic charged rifles. So that's one. Alright, you're like thinking, how much more shit has he got? Oh, I've got loads of gear. Right, for those that have probably seen this before, and for those that haven't seen it before, here we go. Alright, yeah, again, here we go. Look, ghillie tape. I'm a fucking head nut for ghillie tape. Absolutely love it. Makes my life easy until it starts all coming off. I've been on there for so long, I shouldn't really change it every couple of months or so. Alright, but that is simply wrapped around my scope rear lens cover. Yeah, so rear scope lens, front scope lens cover. Yeah, and then now you will see, right, probably a honeycomb type of weird effect. Well, the honeycomb is on there, and it's basically a honeycomb sunshade. So this will stop reflections from my scope advertising where I am, as well as it will reduce. Yeah, you might be able to see that through there. I can just about to see it on my phone as I'm looking at it. Right, so a honeycomb shade on it reduces sight glare reflected back from your lens on your scope, as well as it reduces the sun coming down through the scope towards your eyeball to burn out your eyeball and your retina, your rods, corneal, all that stuff. Alright, so it reduces the sun signature of where you're laying up, for example, or standing or whatever you're doing. Alright, so it stops the reflection back to what you're looking at, and it also reduces the sun reflection coming in through the scope down to your eyeball. Yeah. If you look onto the rear of the rifle, you might be able to see that in picture. But on there I've got a sun lens, and the colour of it is a yellow sun lens, sun reflector. So not only have I got the honeycomb up the front for all the sun purposes like I just described, I've also got an extra protection to the rear to finalise and squeak out the sun reflection, all the UVs, just like wearing a pair of sunglasses on your rifle. Alright, and that's why it's there. This rifle is a bullpup, which means the magazine sits to the rear. Alright, there is a video and a short that I've done on my channel. Go and have a look. Saves you boring your tits off for this one, having a recap on it, right? But it's a bullpup weapon, which basically means the magazine sits behind the pistol grip. That's the pistol grip. Here's the pistol grip. There, look, I'll bring it. There you go. Alright, there's the trigger guard. There's the trigger, right? Safety catch is on that side. There's the safety catch. It's currently on safe. If I was to push it through there, now it's ready to fire, and that trigger will be fully depressed. It's two-stage trigger, which means it takes 2 stages to go bang. Like I say, it's a bullpup weapon. It is on my channel. Have a look. It's probably more in depth than what I'm quickly rustling over. It's only because people ask me, when you go out hunting, what do you take, what do you use, what do you do? I say, well, I go out pest controlling. Alright, well, what's that mean? What's that entail, what's that mean? I say, well, it normally means me either going out with other animals, such as my dog, because I've got an English Terrier, and if you don't know what the breed of English Terrier is all about, technically an English Terrier was only bred for 2 things: fighting in a pit with other dogs, and people put money on it, and 2, they was bred for hunting. Right, so those are the only 2 reasons why the English Terrier, the famed dog with the triangular shaped eyes and the weird shaped head, alright, were bred for fighting and hunting. Alright, fighting and hunting. And that's all I was bred for. My English Terrier is a working dog, so therefore he goes out hunting. So if I go out working, I hunting, and it's permitted to take him, then he goes in a vehicle, we turn up to wherever we're doing the hunt, and we go hunting. Alright? Or, because I have ferrets, and if those of you that don't know what a ferret is, or do know what, you've heard the name ferret, but that's all you do know. Alright? Ferrets are the European, right? So listen to what I'm going to say, right? Take note and take it away and store it, right? So ferrets are also an animal that in Europe, mainly in England, we've been doing it for thousands of years, including when the Romans all turned up. We were still doing it, and they were doing it, alright? And a ferret is the European skunk. So out in America, Canada and alike, you'll have a skunk, black and white, Pepe Le Pew looking thing, alright? And in times of distress and stop prey from eating it, it will squirt from its scent glands in its backside, for a better way of putting it, so that the skunk can get away, because it squirts you with horrible nasty scent. And it can squirt a good couple of feet. Alright? Now, a ferret doesn't squirt or spray in the same contents as a skunk. Just doesn't do it. Alright? But they have scent glands to their rear and also in their face, which is why when anyone mentions ferrets in Europe, especially the UK, they all go, no, no, they're all smelly things. Well, they are smelly if you don't keep bathing them, and you only need to bath them once a month or thereabouts. Alright, so that's that. And about Phil, you've lost my fucking filler probe. Oh, fuck's sake. Right. So, on this rifle, I've got a ordinary torch beam underneath, and that's working. No, the battery's dead. It's normal. Right. So, I've got ordinary torch beam underneath. I've got a moderator, sound moderator, which all you Americans call a suppressor / silencer. Alright, the gas bottle is in here. Alright, that's about 100 and anywhere up to 100 shots. I've got sling swivel. I've got a sling, and that's pretty much my rifle. It's a 10 shot round firing weapon, so it fires 10 shots, and then change the magazine, do 10 more shots. Alright, so that's one with conventional low night scope sights on it. It's got crosshairs, boom, boom, go, take on. Yeah. So that's two of two PCPs, although I've got more. Alright, so you've seen the bottle, you've seen all of that. You've seen the bows there. Something else that I've kept from my military days. Alright, anyone who served in the British Armed Forces may or may not recognise this particular knife. Okay, this is a British Army survival knife. This will take your arm clean off if I was to crack you with it. Alright, this will take arms off, this will take hands clean off, this will take off your digits in one foul sweep. See you later, gone. It is a fully tanged blade all the way through the handles. The handle scales are literally riveted on, as you can probably see. Yeah, riveted. Alright, so I'm getting out in the light, the cameras are going like a crapper. Alright, so you've got rivets in there, go through to the full tang, and there you go. Alright, and how do you know that this is a legit British Army issue survival knife? Well, that's quite easy. It's all British Army kit. It's all tagged with the serial number, the year and the make, and who made it, what company. And then underneath there, just like anything else in the British Armed Forces, and I believe in Canadian Forces off the top of my head, it's been a while, they would have an arrow, and that arrow signifies that this is Army issue. It belongs to the military, and has done since the days of Wellington. Alright, so that is the QM's mark. Alright, you're going to say, well, why have you got that bit of string in it? One, it's not a string. Two, it's paracord. And on the end of the paracord is a flint and steel. Alright, so you can make fire out in the bush. I'm not going to start sparking it, because chances are I'll have an house fire, and I don't fancy it. I'm already hot as it is. Alright, so that's on a piece of paracord, alright, which is one of the lines you will see that form the parachute / harness. Alright, these are all the rigging lines, alright, in a parachute. Yeah. So if I wrap that round, one, it gives me grip. So if I've got wet hands or the weather conditions are not in my favour, alright, I can still have all of that on there and still being able to split wood. I can skin animals with this, alright, and this actual knife was issued J.A. Dams 1999 with the arrow underneath, and then it's 4240-99-127-8214, I believe that is. I don't know, I'll clean up the blade a bit more. Anyway, this is a British Army survival knife. This is what we get issued, and this is for, well, chopping up trees, foliage, skinning and gutting. If you needed to skin and gut a human person, this will do the job. It will not break like all them other cheap imitation poles of shit, because it's got a full tang through the handle, through the blade. And if I was to come charging at you, hacking and swinging this, I'll guarantee I'm going to make more damage and more mess to you than most, if not a big chunk of knives out there. Alright, because we use this to split wood to make fire. Alright, we can all shave feather sticks to make a spark, to make a fire, right? This knife does it all. Alright, so trying to get an original one exactly like the one that's in my hands that I was issued with is like knocking all shit or hen's teeth. Alright, so this is the British Army survivor knife. When I go out hunting or even sometimes fishing, this is on my kit or in my kit. Alright, so this is in my kit and equipment. Yeah. Alright, and here's the original case, just to prove to you. Alright, it's not bullshit, it's not Mickey Mouse, it's the real deal. It is my army issued one. Alright, this will make Rambo's knife look like a fucking toothpick. Alright, or clean the foot jam out between your toes or something, yeah, popping your blisters, alright, and that's how it looks like when it's in this case. So this goes in my kit when I'm out in the bush in a survival situation, because that is what this is designed for. Alright, it's British Army survival knife. In combination with that, I'll have, for example, I won't have that, this, I'll tell you in a second. Right. So, in conjunction with that, if shit goes all to bust, this is the SA80 bayonet frog for your belt kit. Alright, and also you could put your survivor knife in there, or in my case, it would be my army issue jungle knife, my jungle parang. Alright, this is my British Army paratroopers jungle knife. Alright, forget about taking your fucking ninja swords into battle on the streets. If I come hurtling at you with one of these fucking things, it's good night Vienna for you. Alright, because this cuts through bone. Same as a survivor knife. Alright, this will cut through human bone or animal bone. No problems at all. Alright, this is meant to cut wild grass in the jungles, it's meant there to cut bamboo in the jungles, it's there for you to make your home in the jungle, so on and so forth. Alright, so this is a tool. All of my knives are tools, they're not weapons of mass destruction like people portray. Alright, so what I have on my jungle parang, jungle knife, whatever you want to say it, pronounce it, whatever you call it, alright, is another, yet again, a piece of paracord. Why do we have paracord on there? So you don't lose your knife. Alright, if I need some extra grip, I can then tally ho that around the handle. Alright, put a knot in it, get a grip on it, have a couple of twists, and if I should lose the grip through wet hands or the handle becoming slippery with blood or tree sap or wet weather conditions of any kind, snow conditions included, alright, and sweat, then the knife is still attached to me on a cord. Right, and it's out of the way, so I do not lose it, plus I've got control over it at all times. Yeah, even when I'm fighting, if I was to be fighting with this, obviously, like if I was still in the forces and I'd be out there fighting with it, you don't want to lose your knife, and you certainly don't want to be hacking off your legs and your shins and stuff. Alright, so this is a parachute regiment jungle knife, or paratroopers machete, as it's generally classed as. Alright, so this is a jungle parang. Alright, this is a jungle knife. Alright, also used for combat fighting as well. Alright. So gives you some idea, and that So simply finishing that's all. And then all I do to make it secure is I wrap a paracord around the handle, so then when I'm humping, lifting and all that, it's all out of place. Right, this is just a little an insight, an eye opener. Okay, yeah, it's a bayonet, but it's not any old bayonet. It's not an ordinary bayonet. Alright, this bayonet is in a self-sharpening sheath, like most bayonets around the world to this day. Okay, including the SLR bayonet for those that use the SLR, the AK-47 assault rifles bayonets, and all its copies, for a better way of putting it, from China to fucking Korea, all the communist countries that all want to run around with a bayonet and an AK. Alright, they will come with a self-sharpening sheath scabbard. Right, and what that does and what that means is when you take the knife out and you place the knife, it then sharpens it, or you can draw and retrieve, the blade, so on and so forth. Alright, now you're asking yourself, well, what's so special about that then? Nothing special about that. Well, there is something special about this particular bayonet and ones like it. Alright, this bayonet is from World War II, and this particular bayonet is meant to be for the German Mauser, or the Kar 98 rifle. Yeah, the K in the Kar 98 just basically means carbine, or carabiner, or Kurbiner in German. Right? My German's rusty as most of my things on my bike in a minute. Alright, so what's so special about that then? Well, the bit that makes it special, alright, the bit that makes it special is simply the initials on the bottom of the knife. I don't know if you can see that in the shot. Alright, we'll see an indentation with a few markings. Those few markings, if you can see them on the blade, alright, denote that this blade was actually forged and made in the occupied country of Czechoslovakia. Why is that so special? Well, that's because when Germany went on their Blitzkrieg lightning war, smashed out on their face on Pervitin, which is crystal meth. Alright, when they traipsed through and they went to Poland, Czechoslovakia and all the other occupied countries that they overthrew within days and weeks, and some of them hours, right? The German army turned and said, right, instead of making all this steel and all your refinements that we need for the war effort, your country is abundant for it, right? Well, you've got two choices. You either go to a concentration camp and go up the chimney, or you can start making stuff for the Third Reich, for the German army, etc. Or we just kill you, we don't care. Make a choice, make it quick. So, some poor bugger in Czechoslovakia made this particular bayonet for a German Mauser rifle, a Kar 98 rifle to be precise. This is from World War II. This is a legit Kar 98 Mauser bayonet, and this still holds human blood on it from 81 years ago. I've never ever cleaned it, I don't ever want to clean it, and I very rarely get this out to show anybody, and you guys on YouTube are the first ones for me to show it to the globe. Alright, is it worth anything? I don't know. Well, I don't know, but I'm not prepared to say the answer. So if some of you military historians or collectors collect knives, bayonets and swords and other bits and pieces, military related, or you just like collecting historical bits and pieces, alright? If you ever come across a bayonet from World War II with these particular markings on it, then I suggest you do a little bit more research than as far as I ever got, and it will tell you the history of this knife, or this bayonet, right? Bayonet being a French word. Alright, I'm not going into the history or a bayonet, but it's what I will give you a history lesson on. Alright, everyone calls this the blood groove. Alright, and the reason why they call it a blood groove is just so that when they stick a human person with it, and it goes into muscle and bone and the like, alright, it's your muscles that contract around the blade to hold it, so you cannot retrieve it. Alright, swords have them, knives have them, alright, particular knives such as bayonets for example, because they are there for one purpose and one purpose only, to get up close and personal with the enemy and then ram that amount of steel into the person and they're out of the game, they're dead. Alright, or you can actually use it as a combat fighting knife, like my grandfathers and many of our grandfathers that served in the First and Second World War, like both of mine, both served in First and Second World War. They will tell you, as well as, you know, I can still remember some of their stories of when they've done trench raidings and things like that, going out on a recce in no man's land to go and find German positions so that they can call in the artillery, or send in another group of guys, excuse me, trying to breathe in their cup and talk all at the same time. It's not healthy. And they would tell me stories of what it was like during the First World War, going out on trench raiding, going out in no man's land, etc, etc. And one of those weapons that they would go trench raiding and trench fighting would be their bayonet or trench knife, or a made up trench knife from a bayonet, or a kitchen knife, or some sort of hunting knife that they would have brought from England or America or whatever, put a knuckle duster on it and trench raid, right? But a significant part of this bayonet, not only is it from World War II, the rifle it's meant to go on is a Kar 98 Mauser, but this bayonet was actually made in the occupied countries just straight after the Blitzkrieg, where Germany obviously done the Blitzkrieg, the Lightning War as it's translated in English, and this bayonet actually holds the maker and stamp and year of when all that history took place. So this was made in the occupied countries of Czechoslovakia for the German Third Reich, when Germany overrun the country in the Blitzkrieg. And this actually still to this day, to 81 years down the line, still owns human blood on it from that time period. So it's a time capsule, right? Now I've got several Japanese officer swords from World War II, which also have human blood on them, with a history to go with it. Maybe that'll be another day on YouTube, I don't know. Alright, but that's the history of this particular bayonet Right, that's the history behind it. Right, if it hasn't got that marking on it, and it wasn't made in obviously Czechoslovakia. Right, if you see a knife blade that's got the original patina on it, which I'm sure you can see, if I can just shake down it. Right, that's got the original patina from 81 years ago. And like I say, this has still got human blood in it. It ain't mine. I've never used it in anger. That has just sat locked away with all my other relics, my other art pieces. Alright, like I say, this to a soldier is no more than a tool, like chef's knives are to a chef. They're tools. Alright, like a plumber has a wrench and a screwdriver, a chippy will have a hammer, mallet, nails, plane, etc. Drills and what have you. Yeah. So to an infantry soldier in the Third Reich, this is no more than a tool for either torture or kill. Right? But the main idea of a bayonet is to kill. Alright, so what you call a blood groove is not a blood groove actually known in the world of swords and bayonets. Right? We that don't understand call it a blood groove because, like I said, once this is stuck into the human body, the muscle tissue, the muscle tissue will naturally contract and grip that, so it's harder for the person to either pull it back out and stick someone else with it. Alright, so the blood groove, the original name for a blood groove, is known as a fuller. Alright, it can also lighten the weight of the blade and also give it strength, and also lets it in and out easier when you do stick. So I'm in the earbuds. Right, so quickly go over something. Right, this is my M2 Walther Rain PCP air rifle, another one of my hunting rifles. It's got the HIC Micro 4K digital day/night scope. It's the same as the one I previously showed you, except this is all black bipod. It's still the same gun, just this has got the day and night optic all in one. Right, so this is your options button. I'll hear that clicking. There you go. Right, so that clicks. Top turret up there is for batteries, right, which gives you another between 5 to 8 hours use should the internal battery of the entire scope run down, power off. And then what would be your elevation to left and right turrets, so that is the USB port. You put your USB charger in there to charge up the scope. Right, on off switch, we then go to the particular button right there. That then gives you a pixel on pixel type picture for long range shooting and precision. Also changes it from black and white vision, green filter and yellow filter for light conditions and night optics. And then third and finally, this particular button here, which then gives you other type of settings. Alright, so this rifle here, although it's meant for hunting rifles, 4-bore 2.2, I've actually got this on a air rifle, and it does exactly what it says on the tin. It's a day and night optics all in one, so I do not need a extra this, that and the other. Alright, I don't believe in using a red dot laser. No point. If you're that good a shot, you won't need a red dot laser. So I don't need a red dot laser. It's a side cogging mechanism, which, there you go. So I'll pull all that all the way back. Now it's cocked, push it all the way forwards, so to catch off. There you go, that's it fine. And that's with the moderator on, or you Yanks want to call it, the suppressor, the silencer, because it don't make anything more quieter other than what the shit is coming out of the barrel. Alright, like I said, there's another gas bottle's in there. The gas regulator to tell you how much juice is left in there. So this is my night precision hunting rifle. Alright, that scope alone is over 1,500 quid. So you're looking around about £2 grand just for that scope. The rifle itself, that cost me 985 quid, or $985 or euros, depending on where in the galaxy you are. Another 50 quid for a bipod, or $50 for a bipod. The suppressor, for the moderator, that was another 50. The sling itself, that was another 30 quid. The sling swivels, where the sling connects to, over 20 quid each, and I've got 4 of them. I've got 2 rifles, I need the slings on. So, like I say, this is a German rifle. It's made by Walther. The barrel is also a forged rifle barrel, heavily rifled. It's 36 twist to the right. Yeah, and that's basically what this is. Right, so this weighs, without the scope on it, 6.5 pounds unscoped. You put this particular configuration of the scope on, you're adding another pound of weight. So you're looking around about 7.5 pounds in total, fully up. That's not, included the steel bottle inside. I could get a carbon fibre one, but so far been unable to track one down. So if I get a carbon bottle, a lot of this weight falls off. Alright, as it stands, it's a steel bottle inside with Walther etched and lasered on the actual rifle itself, on the barrel I'm talking about, which is only on one side, which you may or may not be able to see, but you ain't going to be able to see it, but along there, etched with a laser, says Walther. And this is the guy that made it. Well, the company Sharon say that made it. Alright, so it's a Walther Rain M2 PCP 22 air rifle, 5.5 millimeter, which equals in 2.2 millimeters, or 2.2 caliber. Alright, so this is my other go-to hunting rifle, along with the Stealth, and along with the other second Walther. I've got a third one in 177 caliber. Alright, so these are 2.2. The Stealth, that's in a 2.2. Alright, so that's a 2.2. This is a 2.2. That's a 2.2. And that's pretty much my hunting rifles as such. My bows. Like I say, it's illegal to hunt in England and some parts of Europe with bow or crossbow. It doesn't matter, but in England it is illegal to hunt with a bow. period, regardless, right? So if you want to do competition shooting with a bow, yeah, that's all good to go, you can. If you want to be part of the Olympics, and if you're good enough, you can, because you're shooting anywhere up to 100 metres with a bow, with stabiliser and dampener, with a sight, which then you've got to learn how to use the sight on a bow. Ain't straightforward as you may think or picture or envision. It's not. Like I said, my day and night scope, this is the actual charging lead. So it's on a USB. Right, so if I show you my power bank, right, so this is my power bank that I would take out on the riverbank when I'm fishing, and I go out for 24, 48 hours, right? So I'm out fishing. So my phone, which is currently connected up, hence the white cable, is currently connected up, charging up your phone, right? So if I wanted to, which is an option, the rifle scope's fully charged up, to save draining the fully charged from it, which I don't charge that on every couple of days or every couple of weeks. I charge that up probably about twice a month for 12 months. Right, so 12 months a year, each month I'll probably, in 1 month, I'll probably charge my scope up twice, if I'm lucky, alright? If I didn't want to use the internal battery, simply plug in that end into the scope, USB into the USB port, right, so that's now in the power bank, yeah, black lead, white leads for my phone, black leads for the scope, and now plugging that directly straight into the scope, you're now running off the power bank and not the internal batteries, or the batteries you've just put sparingly in the top of your rifle scope to give you another between 5 and 8 hours if you're lucky. Alright, so a little top tip, if you've got a HIC Micro 4K light, or you've got the 4K scope, the same as on my channel, if you didn't know and you haven't been told, and you're new to the HIC Micro scene, if you like, trend phase, you can plug in an external power source and run the scope from that external power source, as well as operating it, as well as charging it up at the same time. Good bit of kit, does me fine. Okay, I will do a video and post it obviously on my channel, because I can't do the live like we are now, and see what the scope capabilities are whilst I'm doing the live and doing the scope. It's a trade-off, one or the other. Alright, now if you put the app from HIC Micro on your mobile phone, tablet, anything like that, or even your smart TV, alright, everything that you see, and then looking forward down at the sites to whoever's watching it on your mobile phone, your tablet, your smart TV or computer, laptop, etc., you can see what the shooter is seeing at the very same time that the shooter's seeing it. So you're seeing it all in real time. So any adjustments I make, any movements I make, any aiming points, any hold over or under, how many mil dot hold off to hit the centre, or whatever particular target and area I'm shooting at, you can do it on that scope and watch it all at the same time via the app, just like you're watching me now. You'll be seeing it in real time as it happens, when it happens. All the adjustments, settings, filters, battery life, time, date, month, whatever. Alright, so not only does the actual scope itself record video footage, but it also records straight direct to your phone, so you don't have to direct record it or even take pictures via the riflescope, because it takes pictures and it also records voice, language, sounds, etc. Alright, you can record it straight to your phone via the app, and by doing that you need a Wi-Fi, and as long as the Wi-Fi on your device, in my case my mobile phone device, Wi-Fi is switched on that, the Wi-Fi is switched on within the scope, and between my phone and the scope they're both talking to one another. So I can hand you my phone and I can lay in a bush and I can be picking off targets here, there and everywhere, and have you looking on my phone via the app. You're now seeing it in real time as I'm doing it in real time. Alright, so that's how good the company HIK Micro have got their gear locked, cocked and ready to go for shooters, hunters, gamekeepers, fucking bird enthusiasts, whatever. Alright, so having a HIK Micro, as you can see, that's the name of it on the side of the tin. So that is the name of the scope. This is the HIK Micro 4K Alpex digital day and night scope, all in one. Alright, it films, it takes pictures, it's a night optic, it's a day optic. You can see every last minuscule detail that you need to see, whether it be a paper target, or Mr. Bunny Rabbit, or Jack Rabbit, or whatever it is you're bloody knocking out on whatever weapon system you put it on. Alright, scope records, takes pictures. Your phone records, takes pictures. So you can do it all via your phone, and you ain't got to do it on your scope and retrieve it from the scope to your phone. You download it to your phone, so then it's in your phone's memory, so that you can show your mates or do whatever it is you like. You can see it in real time. Right, that's the beauty of the HIK Micro 4K Alpex light. Alright, this ain't the light, it doesn't have a ballistic calculator in there to how many mil over or mil hold off, any of that rubbish. Alright, it doesn't have a, oh yes it does have, correction, it does have a built-in infrared torch. It does have video zoom in, zoom out, it does have record and take photos and all that capability. So for me, and if anyone's out there interested in changing and upgrading and swinging about and doing anything on their scope, then I would strongly suggest you have a look at what HIK Micro are now bringing out, because they have now gone from, like, say, here in a pile, and they're now on top of the pile. And all the other ones that were on top of the pile are now trying to play catch up and get to where they were before. Do you get what I mean? Yeah. So for me, that scope does everything it says on the tin. I shoot during the day, I shoot during the night. I don't want to be carrying around extra torches, beams, optics, all this other crap that scope does all in one. So if I want to take a picture, I can either have my phone rolling and click, take a picture on my phone, or I can go click on the scope, take the picture, make a video, store the video, and then I can then go into the app. I can see what pictures were stored, I can see what videos were made, and I can store and retrieve those as and when I want, because they're there. Simple. Can't be any more simple than that piece of kit there. It is literally a one-shot zero. So you fire one shot, you see where that shot hits the target, you then move the crosshairs to your shot, yeah, and then once you're happy with that, you then store it, and don't forget to save it, as it says save and OK, You save it. Once it's saved for that particular weapon, or any weapon, that you will go, right, okay, it's on that for 1 minute for one particular shoot. Right, now I'm going to go out and shoot a stag, a deer. Alright, so you take it off of that, you put it on your deer hunting rifle, let's say, and with like any other conventional scopes out there, once you remove it from the rifle or weapon system that you're going to use it, and put it on another weapon system, it's not zeroed into that weapon. Whereas this one stays zeroed in however many weapons you put it on, whether it be an air rifle. So it's got an A, B, C, D, and I think E, F, G setting, or down to E setting, I believe, off the top of my head, because I haven't programmed it for every single rifle. Excuse me. Ooh. I haven't programmed it for every single rifle. It's only programmed for 3 sets of rifles. They're on 3 different settings. All I have to do is take the scope off for that where it is now, put it on the rifle I'm going to use for that night or day, and then in the menu options, instead of it being A for the black rifle, it will be B for rifle number 2, camoed one, fucking target ranging at 800 metres, 900 metres or whatever, something. So all I have to do, click down. It's because I've had to take midnight tablets and then kick it in. So, sorry about that. So, like I said, if you take that scope from that rifle, put it on a hunting rifle or a target rifle that you're going to go down and shoot the targets at the gun range, you ain't got to mess about with re-zeroing and all of that headache, right? You can take it off of that, put it on your rifle that you're going to go down the range with, do some shooting. So all you need to do is just click it on whatever setting you put it on, and all the information, right, every single piece of information that you've done to zero and fine tune it and do all the bits and bobs that you need to do to zero in the rifle is all done. All you've got to do is just fire off a couple of rounds just to check where it is, and if you're happy with it, don't change it. If you're unhappy with it, you change it. Alright? It's Fool's Guide, simple. So literally it is a one shot zero. You fire one shot, you put the crosshairs, X and Y laterals, which is the up and down and the horizontal, yeah, a lateral line, and you move that, and you move this, and you move that, technically your crosshairs over to where the bullet has gone. Save it, parameters, and then fire again, and then that should be on point of where you're trying to aim and get through. Alright, so there you go. Alright, I do apologise, it is almost 2 in the morning, so if you're in Holland it's an hour's difference, so it's 3 in the morning. If you're in Australia, New Zealand, Japan and China, you're now 9 hours in front of me, so it's already afternoon time-ish, late morning, early afternoon time, your time. Alright, over there. America, you'll be anywhere between 4 and 6 hours time difference, depending on where you are on the equator. I said 4 hours because I've got a brother who lives in Arizona and he's only 4 hours away, time-wise. Down in Texas, 6 hours. California, it's between 6 and 7 hours. If you're down, depending on what part of south, I can be anywhere between 4 to 5 hours time difference. So depending on where you are in the world, welcome, morning, afternoon, evening, good night, ta-da, cheerio, bye-bye. So really, you've seen this on another video, I'm sure it's still on the channel and on there. Simply, this is a magazine ammunition dump pouch, right? So this is a mag dump pouch, and in here The brightometer, I think is pronounced. You can leave in the descriptions, but that basically tells me the wind speed and wind temperature, Fahrenheit and Celsius. Right, they tell me in miles per hour or knots how fast the wind is going. It's got a thermometer in there to tell you what the temperature is, and it's also got a calculator in there to say, yeah, you're having a good day, you need to be fucking somewhere inside a cave, mate. Alright, because now you're in hurricane weather, hurricane season. So without one of these for shooting, you're pretty much driving blind, and this is where you're going to need a shooter and a spotter, right? So this is pretty much what a spotter would use when shooting, or someone who's like myself is out on his jack tones, who knows what there is to know about scopes, rifles, trajectories, ballistics, spin drifts, thermals, gravity, grabbing a bullet, taking it down range, fucking as soon as it goes bang, leaves the barrel. Alright, I know all of that because I was a trained army sniper in the British Army, so knowing all of this, wind speed, thermals, MOA, boat books, fucking all of that, click up, click down, 1 minute of angle left and right, up and down, all that jazz, I know it. Alright, so this just helps me on the fly to let me know where to place that bullet. Alright, good piece of kit to have. I also use this for fishing because it tells me the wind speed and all the temperatures and everything I need to know to go and do my fishing. Alright, because I'm of course in sea fisherman. That's just a clamp that goes on top of my torch for an extra torch for an infrared torch, which you might just see there. There you go, see that light? That's an infrared torch, right? And that gives me some extra oomph at night to see. In there's a muzzle brake and my filler probe, spare batteries, that's it. A couple of Allen keys that you might need to Allen keys shit up, spare batteries to run the torch, UV torch, IR torch. Right, so I carry spare batteries. Right, even though these are all fully charged up, every single one of them, including spares, before I go out and I go and do my shoot, every single battery that I take is all fully brand new or recharged fully to the max. So there is no escaping of. You missed. You couldn't see the target. You should have brought the torch. Well, I've got a fucking torch, mate, but it's infrared. Human eye can't see it. Most animals can't see it. Alright, so like I said, a couple of Allen keys, a couple of spare batteries. Yeah. And that is what is in that pouch. So put all of that shenanigans in there. So spare batteries. Alright, another top tip for you outdoory people. Alright, if you're going hiking, camping, hunting, fishing, anything to do with electricals or your camera, always take some resealable bags and the like to wrap your electronics and your bits and bobs you don't want the weather to get to. Because trust me, when weather makes electricity and you need it and you ain't got it, you're up the creek without a paddle, sunshine. Alright? And that's through someone who's been up the creek without a paddle, sunshine moment. And I learned very quick, oops, I ain't going to make that mistake again. Which I didn't. Alright? So, now you know roughly some of the kit and equipment I take out hunting. Obviously, I've got another spotting scope and a mag dump, alright, good sturdy gloves, the welder else in there, and I've got another rifle sling This particular rifle sling is meant for the British Army SA-80 assault rifle. How have I got one? Because I used to carry the SA-80 assault rifle. That's how I got one. And it's part of my kit and equipment because I still own SA-80 assault rifle and the light support weapon, which is otherwise known as the LSW. Which the British Army do not use anymore, the light support weapon. They've phased that for the SAW, and now the SAW is even getting phased out of British Armed Forces, as well as the American Armed Forces. And the same, unlike the Americans, the British Armed Forces are not getting rid of the General Purpose Machine Gun, or GPMG, from FNL, Found National. Alright, because we won't get rid of that particular machine gun because it's proven it's worth time and time again. So we are not getting rid of that gun anytime soon, whereas the Americans, they want to get rid of it because in their military they're stupid as fucking shit. Right? So at least give you some sort of idea of what type of targets I shoot. And there's Mr. Roger Rabbit on the backside there, I believe. Is that Roger Rabbit? Yeah, trying to hide himself behind a cocaine. Alright, so that dot, alright, signifies a kill shot. Alright, so you're going to use that red dot to zero in before you actually take the kill shot there. So roughly that target there is where the brain size target is on a squirrel, rabbit, whatever. Alright, as well as that will be the kill shot for its heart and lungs. Right, so that's about the size of a dime, a bit bigger, about the size of a 10-penny piece, or 10 cents, if you've got any cents in America. Alright, so that's the target you're hitting, anywhere out to like 60 to 100 metres, and you're only going to get split second to take the shot. Standby beds. I've not heard that been shouted, squeaked and squawked at me in fucking long time. Stand by your beds. Yeah. So what regiment was you? Because I was airborne infantry. There you go. Yeah, I'm one of them guys. I'm Maroon Berry. And I win cap badge. Ah, yes, yeah. Cheshire Regiment. Oh, yeah. Fucking hat you would be. Sneaking underneath the radar. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, it's fucking 3 o'clock in the morning, man. I'm just back. Some of us had them. Why didn't you do your jumps course? Why didn't you get a proper fucking berry on your lid? Is what I would say to you, bearing in mind I was a colour sergeant in the regiment and pay company instructor. And then I went on later on to somewhere else, as you could probably see. That was my unit and job. So I was in patrols platoon, or wrecking platoon as it got renamed again. Chopped and changed so many fucking times. You know what I mean? My job description, it changed lots of times. So getting to depot, got to battalion. The first company I went to was support company, and unlucky for me, because some gobshite dropped a big bombshell and turned around and said, oh yeah, he knows about the GPMG, aka the Widowmaker, as we call it in the paras. I got humped around with the General Purpose Machine Gun GPMG belt fed 7.62. There you go, cheers mate, hump that, love it. And you're going out on tabs with it as well. And you're like, are you having a fucking giraffe? It's a £30 machine gun, mate. Do you really think I'm going to last 10 minutes? Let alone 10 miles with a £30 machine gun, unloaded? Yeah, right, okay. But I look fucking Mr. Motivator. No. So after going as a Gympie gunner, I then went to mortar platoon, and then from mortar platoon to patrols platoon, where I stayed until I fucked off, and selection was banging at the door, and I went, yeah, selection, and I'm off, I'm going. So selection I did, and selection I passed. And then the life after that was kicking indoors, coming down on fast ropes, and looking all mysteriously frightening, all in the black kit, for a better way of describing it. If you've got Netflix, go and watch a good movie that's based on the true events in Princess Gate 1980, when 22 Special Air Service put its name and face to the world thanks to the Iron Lady, good old Maggie Thatcher. Lichfield, fucking hell, yeah, Lichfield, fuck me, I forget what regiments go down at Lichfield now. Lichfield training, my trainers blagged me to stay infantry is better. I never knew much. I was 17 and was sold transfer when I get to Catterick. Fuck Catterick. Catterick is where Depot Para is nowadays. Although the way I see it nowadays is that and if there's any airborne forces lads out there and they're all gonna fucking nail my parchment and come banging on my door, fair play, good luck to you lads. I've got a shit ton of weapons, mate, just as much as you've got in the armoury back at garrison, if not more. So yeah, Catterick for me wasn't a training place. It is now, because that's where all infantry battalions, such as the Gurkhas, the Guards, which the Guards, if you may or may not know, that's where they do their phase 1 training, and then their phase 2 training they go down to ATR Purbright in Surrey, which was the original training depot for Para. D-Lines Purbright Barracks, and then you only had to drive up the road and then you was in Aldershot, which is my old garrison in Browning Barracks. So if you've ever seen Aldershot Barracks, how it was then before it's now a fucking housing estate, you used to go, well, you couldn't miss the Airborne Forces garrison because we had a C-47 Dakota parked outside the main gate, and directly behind that was the gym, and part of the gym was the Airborne Forces Museum, and everyone who went through para training all gets their photograph in front of the C-47 Dakota, which actually flew over missions over in Holland and D-Day. I forget how many parachute drops it did, as well as resupplies. There was a sack, and then he said, I need to transfer in the regiment, and that was the end of that. Well, the reason why I sacked you, I don't fucking know, but see, a lot of regiments, a lot of commanding officers, etc., they will stop guys going on commando courses like the All Arms Commando course down at CTC Limpston, where 4 of my brothers all joined in through the gate like I did and become a fucking Royal Marine Commando, bootneck, crapback, water penguin, whatever you want to call them, all fucking crapbacks anyway. And like I did when I joined Airborne, so we all junior soldiers. We all signed up when we was all 15, and 15 went to the careers office, and he went, when are you 15 and I'm almost 16? I went, well, I'm 16 in August, staff. Bearing in mind I was already in the Army Cadets, and I was the Regimental Sergeant Major, Senior Regimental Sergeant Cadet Major, right, so I was the Senior Cadet RSM out of 3 regiments. There was 4 regiments, but the 4th regiment, they amalgamated with the other 3 because of the location areas within, just outside London. So I was given the job as the senior regimental sergeant major, like a good friend of mine is to the entire British Army, and he was also there at the Queen's coronation, sorting all that one out. The Queen's, Prince Philip's funeral, he was in charge in sorting all of that out. And then when the Queen died, obviously he sorted that out, and sorted out the King's coronation when Bonnie Prince Charlie, the Colonel in Regiment of Parachute Regiment, the Colonel in Chief of the regiment is Bonnie Prince Charlie, the King himself. Although he's never ever been to war, because he won't go to war, because he's next in line in succession, so they won't ever send him. So that's why his brother Andrew served in Falklands. And if you look at any Falklands footage, when you see Galahad all burning up and all the fucking crap hat, the guardsmen and other supply guys on there, some of the Gurkhas were on there, the engineers were on there, they had fucking other regiments, and obviously like the choppers, the 4-tonners, the pinkies, snatch Land Rovers and shit like that. So all the kit equipment we needed to get up the front. When Galahad got hit by a Exocet French F&R missile, which the French supplied Prince Andrew and his Royal Navy flight crew. Prince Andrew was the chopper pilot that you see in any newsreels or footage to do with going up and getting the lads off the burning hulks when Galahad and ammunition and shit is still blowing up, going off, dark smoke, guys just literally flogging into the fucking hogging, put the flames out. And it's Andrew's Leyland Wessex that he personally flew during the Falklands War to get guys off the burning ships onto the dry land, so all the medics can fucking casualty fucking sort them out, who needs morphine, who needs to be like gone now, or who's fucking dead now, bung him in a body bag, so on. So Prince Andrew, although he had a ship's command, his actual job during the Falklands was he was to play chicken with Argentinian aircraft, what was then known as Bomb Alley, between our ships and the enemy aircraft coming in, sending a French Exocet missile to come take us out. And it was his job to find, locate and drop a torpedo from his helicopter to try either disrupt and confuse the submarine or destroy the submarine. So either way, he was playing fucking chicken in a helicopter against F&R jets that were flying in from San Carlos and Argentina itself, which the shorelines of Argentina to the Falkland Islands, flight time is less than 4 hours, so they can be over the Falklands within minutes. And this you may or may not know. If you do, it's just a reminder, right? But if you didn't know, then stand by your beds on this one, because this is going to fucking shock and educate you, right? When my battalion, the 2nd Battalion and the 3rd Battalion Paras Regiment were in Stanley and debunking and routing the Argentinian soldiers, taking all their weapons off, taking all the grenades, all their kit and equipment, so they got fuck all the have a tear up with, alright? We came across canister upon canister upon canister of napalm that was going to be dropped on our ships and our ground forces on the Falklands War in 1982, a country that supplied the napalm canisters in cardboard drop canisters. Right, they're made from cardboard. So if you didn't know that, you now know that. It's a piece of history. I've known that for since World War II. All the drops canisters for napalm or fuel canisters were made by England, and they were made out of strong cardboard. Right, so that's how they break them so easy. A metal canister, like a bomb canister, to do the self-same job is going to take forever for the napalm to do whatever they want it to do. Right, so the napalm, one of the napalm factories wasn't just America country making it, it was also Canada, which still technically belongs to us but don't quite, right? So Canada and America were supplying the Argentinians Air Force with napalm drop canisters to drop on our ships and ground forces. Did you know that? Because if you didn't know that, you now do, and I suggest you now spread the word to Falklands vets that may or may not know it, or to even vets of your own regiment and lads that you hang around with that were there. Alright? The only reason why we knew they was napalm is because the cunt in fucking canisters were all sitting there on the tarmac and they were all losing out napalm. And if you don't know what napalm is, it's basically gasoline, which is basically petrol and diesel fuel mixed. And that's why it sticks. Alright, so if you didn't know that, you do now. And whilst the Prime Minister in the UK was having a chit chat with all of our hierarchy, so our cabinet ministers and the like, all in England, saying about what ships are available, have we got any more ships, bearing in mind that the Royal Navy was on a cutback, the armed forces as a whole were on a cutback during '82 and just before, and in the Falklands time when that all fucking reared up, kicked off and looked all spanning, a young W.H. Bush, before he became the President of America, he was nobody really other than the office staff, right? And old Bush was getting on the old tom-toms within 10 Downing Street, and in one of their secure rooms in 10 Downing Street. I've only been in 10 Downing Street once in my entire life, ever. And even that I didn't get to see what I wanted to see, but hey ho, I can say I've been in 10 Downing Street before. So, Maggie Thatcher, the Iron Lady, while she was Prime Minister. Alright, so if you want to watch this later, and anyone who does watch it later, cheers for joining us. Please like, subscribe and hit the like button and the notification button if you like some of what tonight's live has been about. Is only a snippet of who I am and what I do and what I get up to. Right? So I'll give you a quick brief outline. I'm an ex-airborne soldier. I did over 15 years in the parachute regiment. I then went on to selection to another regiment where I then got rebadged from para to the unit I then ended up joining after passing selection, which was a total of 6 months total, where there was several parts of the 6 months course, with several parts, one of those being the hills phase or the aptitude phase, where you go up and down the Brecon Beacons day in, day out. Time gets smaller, your load gets heavier, and the distance is getting far greater. Alright? So once you've spent 3 to 4 weeks in the Brecon Beacons, based at a camp in the Brecon, known as Sennybridge or Brecon Camp, alright, you will probably meet a couple of brigades of guards, and those guards would be the Gurkhas, right? They guard, in a funny sense, even though they're not in the Guards regiments, but they are high altitude pack horses from where they come from in Nepal. A lot of them are Sherpas up and down Everest and other mountain ranges that are all famous and all have people dead on their mountains to this day and never ever been found, or they're in a location on the mountain where it's best to leave them rather than going up there to retrieve the body, because it's in a rather dangerous place, right? So the Gurkhas, you'll have 2 contingencies of Gurkhas, and this is only counted by my memory when I was there, right? So we had 2 lot of Gurkha rifles based at Brecon Camp, Sennybridge. And Sennybridge, if anyone who's done that training area, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It is harsh, it is barren, it is not meant to be nice even on a bright hot sunny day. It is just, to some people, it is hell on earth. And in that, you go through the selection process. Alright, selection process for the entire course. Alright, give you an idea. Alright, so to be a fully qualified paratrooper, from the day you walk into the gate to the day you get badged, passed off, the Red Devils come in, your family are on your pass out parade, they're all running over your tears, and mum and dad are all shouting and screaming at you, and girlfriend's bawling her eyes out because now she's like standing next to a soldier who's a fully qualified soldier, and within 6 weeks you're now split up and she's fucking moved on to the next one, like it does, like it do, like I've known it to do. So paratraining is 33 weeks long. That is included the #1 jump school at RAF Bryce Norton. So you'll go off and you'll be with the jump school and the jump masters at RAF Bryce Norton, and it's at RAF Bryce Norton where you spend 3 weeks learning how to jump and exit an aircraft safely, proficiently, and land safely and proficiently with your feet and knees together. You bend your knees as you hit the deck and nip and tuck your feet and knees and your legs together, and you sling your legs over above your head, roll over. Once that's done, you then turn around, you unclip the buckle, the harness you get out of, and you turn around and you start gathering and twisting up your chute so you can stuff it in your drops bag, and then sling your drops bag over the top of your head, and it rests on the top of your Bergen, and then you dump it somewhere or camouflage it, depending on what the crack is, what the jump is. If it's a training jump, then all the parachutes that come down on the DZ, they will all be collected, and then they will all get hung up in the hangars. They will all then get dried out. They will then all get repacked by the individual parachutist that is going to jump on that rig. So you get taught how to pack your parachute, how it deploys, how to deploy your parachute. You learn how to cut away from your main chute, You'll then free fall or drop in say 90 seconds, and within that 90 seconds you need to be clearing away from any obstructions and stuff, other jumpers included, other aircraft, and then you pull your reserve chute, which is now sitting in front of you just like this, and then you fucking you punch out, and then hopefully that will deploy, and then that will go above you, and then hopefully you'll come down to terra firma. So you'll spend 3 weeks at RAF Brize Norton in learning how to roll, stand and statue yourself. You'll learn all the air drills to leave to leave and exit an aircraft. When the red light comes on, you know it's time to stand up, hook up, shuffle to the door, leg in front of the other. Yeah. And then as soon as that green light goes on, you're out. So as soon as you get that red light that comes on, that could be anywhere up to like 15 to 30 minutes, and then you're out the door. Alright, so you get red light comes on, you'll all stand up, you'll all hook up, you'll all check the guy in front of you, the guy behind you is checking you, and you'll check, yeah, so you all go like a set of dominoes, from the guy to the rear to the guy to the front, who's on the front of the stick, who's number 1 on the stick to number 62 on the stick or something. Alright, a stick meaning a static line jump, and you could be either on a port side jump, which port is red, starboard is green. Alright, so you could either be on a port side stick or a starboard side stick. You could go out in 1 second intervals, so that gives you 1 second before the next guy is coming out, or you could be in half a second interval, so literally as I'm out the door, the other guy's half a second behind me. So then I've got to be clearing away in present danger away from the guy who's gonna steal my air for my canopy to inflate for me to come down, or if I did jump further and farther away from the aircraft jumping from, then the actual aircraft itself can suck the oxygen away from the main or your reserve chute. So you can be coming out in 1 second or half a second intervals, it all depends what they've told you, and you'll be sitting down on the bench. Some of you are all banging what the loadout is. You'll have a load of guys sitting on the bench either side of the fuselage, and you'll have a load of guys sitting in the middle of the fuselage on a C-130, aka for Albert. Now if you was flying in, for example, the new C-17 Globemaster, that could take in one go, fully kitted up, kit and equipment, rifles, the whole shit you need to go to get into that battle. As soon as you bounce out of the aircraft and land, tablets, right? So on a C-17 Globemaster, it's anywhere up to 500 to 1,000 paratroopers all in that aircraft, all at the same time, with all the gear, all the kit and equipment, and they're all there to do a jump. Alright, and the C-17 Globemaster are just one aircraft. You can get that amount of bodies in and dropped in a small pocket of a drop zone area, rather than being scattered all over the place on an airdrop. So if you're doing 1 second or half a second intervals on parachuting, then you seriously need to be well away from the aircraft when you exit it, so you are guaranteed, when you look up and you're kicking like a mad thing, and you by kicking your legs is what's going to untangle the paracord, right? So when I mentioned paracord, it doesn't mean it's called for paratroopers, right? It's paracord because this is connected to a big round parachute, and then these rigging lines all go down into your toggles and to your harness, and you pull down on your toggles to collapse the parachute, to slow you down and brake you, and when you're coming into land, you'll collapse one side of the parachute, or leave another side of the parachute open, and then that will turn you left or right depending on what side of the parachute you've collapsed for you to rotate, alright? So as a military parachutist, you will start on a round canopy. Some other countries, as a military parachutist, they will start you on what we call in the skydiving as wrap or banana canopies, because it looks like a banana. So some countries jump at those as bog standard, and some of you don't. That in there is my paratroopers issued jungle parang knife that have saved my life lots of times than I can think of. This, for those that don't know or do know, or just retuning back in, want to see knives, blades and shotguns, this is the army issue survival knife that every infantryman or anyone who's a boot slogger like myself, as far as I know, you got issued with a British Army survival knife. This will cut through bone, this will chop a person's fucking arm, leg, take someone's wrist complete off in one fell swoop. All because it does what it says on the tin. It's got a full tank, it's got one chunky blade, as you can probably tell by the back spine of that blade. It's not there to be snapping any time. Alright, so you can forge wood out of this, you can even carve wood out of it. Not as good as Lions at his fish shop. Alright, so that's another channel I forgot to mention earlier. So if you like anything and everything to do with wood carvings or making things from a chunk of wood, log of wood, scrap of wood, Lions Fish Shop on YouTube is one of those channels you need to check out, because that guy, although he lives in Sherwood Forest, although he wears Robin of the Hood's good kit, tear asses around in the woods, take you from the rich to give to the poor. Lions Fish Shop, he's 100% the craftsman, and he's only been starting crafting with wood, with axes. They teach you how to keep and sharpen any blade and what to do to keep the nick and the sharpness within that blade. So one, you'll put it on the sharpening stone to take any nicks, burrs, damage, put an edge in it, reshape it right. Now when you go into an actual barber's where they pull out a cutthroat razor and they get the leather strop and they run the razor up and down the leather strop, well, that only sharpens it as well. So it takes the minuscule barbs and indentations that are on the blade, and by stropping it you'll be cleaning and taking all of that off, and you're keeping it sharp at the same time. So using a stone, whether it be dry stone, wet stone, oil stone, to sharpen scissors, knives, etc. Right, you are, no, we can get down, Bruce. Guns are there, aren't there? Yeah. So get down, because Dad's guns are there, and if you drop them, I'm going to ram one up your backside. So anything pottery by wood, any carvings by wood, Lyons Fish Shop is the place to go and see for seeing all of that jazz. Let me tell you, he's not going to be letting you down in any way, shape or form. You can have a laugh and a joke with him, but he's like myself. There's a red line and you don't cross over that red line. As soon as you crossed over that red line, you're gone. And that's why I've got mods to do that job for me. Alright, so Mr. Lancashire Regiment was living the dream. Yes, sorry man. Yeah, I fucking didn't see it, mate. My bad. So, living a dream, my bonny lad. Let's make you a part of the Blue Army. I'm going to give you I am going to give you a wrench, right? Yep. Living the dream, that's right. Yeah. Living the dream, that's right, yeah. Cheshire Regiment. J.O. Fishing. You know what? I've seen you. So you can have a mod, you can have a wrench. So if you guys are all going to watch this later, I'm just telling you who I've just made a wrench. Or as I like to say it, you're in the Blue Army now. Welcome to the regiment. J.O. Fishing. Oh, well, let me do it now. Okay. The pick is going in and out. What's up with the chat? Dog, really? You have to sit that far up behind me, do you? Cheers, buddy. Yeah, Paul, if you're watching this back, what Jackie's put is to your comment, and that comment is, if I have that here, the police come to my door, knock at 0600 in the morning, right? Jackie replied to your comment of that saying, too scared to come at my house, in other words, to come at is what she actually put. They're too scared to come at his house, laugh out loud. Which, hey, put it this way, if you was going to try and wreck and make my life a bit pissed off, you fucking wouldn't do it. Because I don't heebie-jeebies that easy. So, how does it work that I standard moderator, so if he's already a standard moderator, let me do this again. There we go. Right, so J.O. Fish in. If you watch this back later, or someone drops you the message saying that they've seen this and I've said that. So yeah, all of my mods, I just want to thank you because I'm skinning through the massages. Alright, so we've got Paul, Van Wolfen friend. Just like to thank him, and if you've not checked out his channel, I suggest you do. Mad about his fishing, just like I am. So Paul, a big shout out to you, my man, my brother. So then we got Soldier, big shout out to you. I hope you got them fatigued chores done for the missus ASAP. And I hope the missus ain't too yeah, I'm alright, soldier boy. I'm alright, mate. I'm alright, soldier farmer. I'm just me. I am just me, mate. I'm just an English infantry soldier that's done his time. Yeah, so cheers for that, Paul. So all good messages, in all fairness. So yeah, soldier farmist. Good to meet you, sir. Hope to meet you soon, live, things like that. And like I say, you're more than welcome to drop in anytime on a live or videos, shorts, whatever. Drop a like, give us a thumbs up, hit the notification bell in the top bottom of the page there. Yeah, good conversation from Paul with ourselves, and where are we? Soldiers Forensics. I watch your YouTube, very interesting, playing PlayStation. It's all good. Cheers, Jackson. Good comment there from Paul again about the common eel, which is otherwise known as Anguilla anguilla. Do you know that, Paul, did you? Yeah, do now. I told you, stick around with me, bud. I'll teach you things, you teach me things, and between the two of us, we'll both be professors by the end of the weekend. Nice to meet you. Paul Jacks, if you're still listening or watch this later on, leave a comment at each other. Jax is trying to get her community and channel off the ground, and you've got to have a coffee. And then we've got Nikki and Mick over in Essex. And hi J Mac, how you doing? How you doing to Nikki and Mick? Hope your sons are doing alright, smashing out the concerts. Just sorry that I've missed quite of your lives, etc. So Nikki is saying hello to Paul, etc. Mick's doing the same back, so it's good to see them guys cracking on. And like I say, if Jax and Paul want to tag one another, follow each other, I guess it's more than welcome to do so. So like I said, J.O. Fishing, you are a mod on the channel. Living the dream. You're now a mod. So what that means is every live or message you'll put out, or whatever the case is, you are Now the RMP's line. Sounds a bit mixing the gooses, don't it, Governor? And now I'm being turfed off my own bloody seat on my own bloody door. Figured that one out, Poach. You will in, mate. I'll jump down when I'm walking. Bad back though, you want to make your life a fucking misery. If I only bought whatever else was, that's me drinking a litre and a half of water from a 2 litre jerrycan bottle. Sure, I need another stalk on my path. You are the sunshine in my life. The gun shop's lost my key. Never trust the gun shop, even if it's your local one. As it is my local gun shop, you can't trust them. Oh, fuck on. Yeah, so big up to the Lions and the Fit Shop. I'll say if you join his lives or watch some of his posts or videos, he smashes out all manner of good kit equipment, all hand carved, gives you the knowledge of what he's doing, why he's doing it. Which I've seen some of his channels on the same basis, and they don't even do a quarter of what Lions does. Not by a bucking the sausage. So if you like spoons being made, if you like watching carpentry with hand tools being done, then the Lions Fish Shop is the gaff to go. Frost mate lives in Nottinghamshire. He has been mistaken for Robin Hood himself, but hey, if it is what it is, Lions, I would stick with You are the do-gooder in the forest. Right. So I just thought let you know that. So that's the name of tobacco I'm smoking in the pipe. The pipe is nice and fragrant. Say the least, nice and fragrant. Well, I've missed the WWE Wrestle Friday night kickoff because I think it's either this weekend or next weekend. It's terrible. Yeah. So someone's got to ask me next. Fucking hell, do you actually sleep? That was the answer. And here's the question. No, I don't fucking sleep. So yes, I'm a chugging on a pipe of tobacco. Pipe of tobacco. I'm a chugging on a pipe of tobacco. So, leave a comment, Mr. One Person. You can write a comment. You're one of them, are you? A ghost. I could have turned and said, it was your birthday today. Would have got a clap, clap, clap. You don't get it, do you? Thank them. Hello, Mr. One Person. Say hi, leave a comment. Hit the ding-a-ling bell. I'm saying subbing it. I'm saying consider it. It is free. And if you're wondering who the chap behind my back is, that's my dog. Trying to get his head down on the couch. He's not having it. So, also, I get asked a lot. So, I've covered the bow. I've covered the bows that I use. Only 2 of them, to give you an idea. Considering I've got a few more than that. So, I've recapped on the bow, the rifles. Now, what kit do I carry, said equipment in it. Right, so this bag. That weighs half a tonne. That is my drag bag for going out on a night shoot. I just take that because it's got everything I need to do the shoot. Alright? Everything. Targets, ammunition, right? So, targets in that pouch, ammo in the centre pouch, and optics and bits and pieces in the other pouch. In another pouch I've got, excuse me, in my other secondary zip pouch I've got a Wembley Tempest 22 target practice target rifle, purposely made for target shooting. Right, and that all simply, excuse me, goes on my back like a rucksack. Job done. Alright. So that's 4 rifles out of the way. I've explained about the German bayonet that was made in Czechoslovakia. That's now a collector's item, etc. Only because it has certain markings on the blade to tell you it was made in the factories in Czechoslovakia underneath the war effort of the Germans. Another piece of kit and equipment I go out hunting with, if I can drag it over here. Shemag or Shamar. Right, I use Shemag for lots of reasons. A, as a neck scarf, 2, as a neck warmer. I'm washing it and drying myself off. Good bit of kit, keeps you warm in all weather conditions, cold. Also can keep you cool on a bright, hot day. So I use a Shemag when I'm out hunting. As a scarf or a face fill to wrap it around my head. As a mask, like you might see a lot of British Special Forces guys or British soldiers in something phraseology, don't have to be Special Forces to wear a Shemag. You can be ordinary infantry. So in this gas mask, 58 respirator pack. So gas masks are what you American personnel call your respirator. Over in England we call it a respirator or a resi for short. Right, and in this respirator pouch, back down in the ashtray, I have, let me see if I can do my camera better without it fucking snailing up. There you go. Right, so in this 1958 gas mask or respirator pouch where you would hold your gas mask, spare filters, cleaning kits, powders, etc. Decon powders that are. I have a ripstock American Army issue woodland poncho, so if I need to wear wets, poncho, he comes out, I form it into a wets jacket, goes over my kit, keeps me and my kit nice, warm and dry. Or if I need to make a improvised shelter because the weather has now turned grey and nasty, or a sunshade or anything that you can think of using a poncho for, there you go. So it's always good to have a poncho or a basher kit when you're out rabbiting, in my opinion, and I've been doing it for 40 59 years I've been out rabbiting. Right, so in my side pouch I've got a set of standard wire cutters really. And then now is my snares material, hence the wire cutters. Right, I can make snares out of this wire, make traps, etc. So that goes in the side pouch along with my wire cutters that go in the same pouch as my kit. Right, and then that just gets folded up. So that's one part of my ferret kit. Right. Then inside the kit I've got all my poaching nets, or should I say my purse nets. Right. These are small, so when they're unravelled, no one knows what a purse net is. I'm not going to show you. So the yellow paracord is simply 2 loops at one end connected to a steel ring net, and then have right. So this is what the net looks like when you take it out. Alright, so this strange looking Gosmoso Lions sight, if you're watching this backwards, I want to peg the length of that of willow or hazel. Alright, it must have a hole at the top, and it must have spike capabilities to get into foliage. The idea of spike on there is so that you pin this and anchor it to the dirt, right? You then get your net, right, so forget about this, that's anchored up in the dirt, right? You get your net, you straighten the fucker out, and these are the best nets and only nets that I've ever worked with. I've worked with and owned nylon nets, but they're not as fucking good as these. And the reasons why is twofold. These are made from hessingen. So what you make a rope from, right, these are made from the same material. So the idea, brain fart, behind this is that you put your net over the hole, right? So you stake it down one end, and my idea behind this was so that I could have another stake to tighten it up, or at that length, or even wrapped around a branch and locked it off, right? Or I could have stake pass through that hole, which then this metal ring acts as a weight. So the idea is that when the rabbit goes terracing through there, alright, he can barely get his head through, because he's certainly not getting his body through, alright? And when he runs and he goes into the net essentially, so imagine my fist being the rabbit, hits the net being tied up into the ground and anchored either to another branch lower down or pegged out, and this is what happens basically to when the rabbit gets in there. All of these net components will all tighten up into a purse, hence the name purse nets. Alright? These are made out of, like I said, made out of Hessamine, and all new, some old, mainly the new generation of going out there ferreting, rather than having these ones which are made out of the Hessamine, and when these get wet, if you don't hang them up the day you get back from ferreting, because of the weather conditions, mainly in the winter, these are a pain in the arse to hang out and dry. Alright? To a lot of people. To me, because I've always used this particular type of net, the Hessamine sack, or the Hessamine net, so I know how to treat these from the get-go. Look after them so they don't rot, even when you've had them 40 years, 50 years. You will still have a net, poaching net, alright? So they're about 1 foot to 2 foot long, from ring tip to ring tip. All you simply do is you get ring tip to ring tip, you marry up the 2 ring tips together, holding out the white stringer line, straighten them up, fold, and then you fold again, like so. First one you do is the white string, and then with the secondary string from the purse nets, your poaching nets, you then wrap it all up into a nice little bundle, and you stow it in your kit. Alright, so in this bag, so in this respirator pouch, I can take out 40 nets, 40 of those nets, right? Including an army entrenching tool. Because there are occasions when you are going to have to dig out a ferret. Right, so these are the type of pegs I use, so exactly the same ones that I use in carp fishing, to peg down my bivvy or my rod pod or guidelines, or whatever case I need it for, including securing the landing net, for example, because it's got the T and the corkscrew, instead of bang 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 bang, loads of noise, these just simply screw in. Right, they screw back out. So I've got a couple of them, and right, so there's one of the other two, and this I leave it all loose. Is my army issue entrenching tool. Right, so it can be used as a shovel, it can be used as a pickaxe. More importantly, or just as important, when the blade surface is clean, you can cook your breakfast on it on an open fire. There you go, see? Another piece of knowledge you didn't have. There's always a back trouble if I forget to do anything back. It always doesn't. You're all trying to act and cool. So So like I say, this is my entrance into it. There we go, and that's the way it folds. Right, so handle folds opposite direction to where the leg folds. And then all of that goes in generally this one pouch. Belt loop, so it just slides in the belt. And that just simply all goes, this will go back in a second. So in now I've got in my old respirator pouch 40 purse nets. Right, 40 purse nets. And that's how many I'll take out on anyone's trip. So if I smash them back. But in a few hours of what's left of early Saturday morning, I am embarking, not in a place called Barking, but I'm embarking on another hunt. And if it's possible, then I shall do a live hunt. So I shall bring news along. And you can watch live ferreting. I won't take the guns and take the ferret. And I'll give you an idea. You never know, might even bag a few rabbit on the way. Right, so all of my hunting gear with the nets, etc., mainly stows in this pouch and one pouch only, so I know where that particular system is, hunting system that is. Right, now this piece of kit is known normally, generally, as a Northern Ireland chesswick. And the reason why it's called that is because that's what we used in Ireland for carrying out day operations. I've got to remember that, but I fucking didn't need it. Something like that. Yeah. Like that. Check that all over. That goes like that. And it goes through there. More smooth goes through there. That's it. There we go. I never had it. Right, so here we go. So, to give you an idea of what it was in Northern Ireland, this is a magazine ammunition pouch. Okay, this particular belt kit is made up from pouches. So these pouches here, this one here too, one done, right, are all ammunition pouches, some of those magazine pouches, right, so these are all magazine pouches, every single one of them, right. There's a secret pocket for documents, maps, compass, etc. Cleaning kit and other bits. In one utility pouch, this particular one, I have, in my recollection, I have a Gore-Tex wet weather proof jacket. I'll just show you. There it is, that's my waterproof jacket. It's Gore-Tex. All the pouches are all clothing quick release method. Typically that was a water pouch, but I changed it. So this pouch here, another utility pouch, which then looked up as my wallbox pouch and rations pouch, technically for hand grenades and the like. And that's all on the belt, and then that clip around the body. So this is my chest rig from Northern Ireland, and that is the chest rig I use when I'm out rabbing. I put the nets I just showed you in the ammunition pouches, water, a burner, waterproof jacket, spare pouch for other nets or tools, wire cutters, binos, if I'm on, that type of stuff. So that's my belt kit to go with it. Alright, got that one. Then for the stealth, we have what is known as a drag bag. Then we come on to this big bag, which at the moment looks like a rucksack, but this fits the stealth rifle, and this is what they call a sniper's drag bag. So if I can give you an idea of what kind of shit is in side patches, for example, what type of combat jacket I use, etc. Alright, this I'm about to unfold. Right, this is what is known as a sniper veil, or be more precise, a sniper cloak. Right, sniper's cloak. And what that does and what that means is, right, so it's like a jacket. Right, you have two clips for the chest. Right, so I'll quickly demo what I want to. Right, so this is a sniper veil, what you make your ghillie suit from. Right. So this is a sniper's veil with hood. Right. So the hood, as you can probably see, it's got elasticated on it. That's so that you can stick natural veg into the ghillie suit. Right. Meshy part is where you would have spent just over 5.5 to 6,000 man hours stitching, gluing, tying, repeat. You'll do that through your entire selection process at the British Army Sniper School. Alright, so that's the hood, the sniper veil. If you're wondering why these are here, that's quite simply to tie on bits of foliage that need to go. This hasn't been finished off. Right, got elasticated all over front and rear. Let's give me a spin round. This is how low it goes. Right. And then, like I say, 3 quick releases on your chest, and then you've got one for your waistband. Right. All that really. So you'll have all of this, what's green, for the web material. Alright. That's where you would do all your stitching, including along down the cuff, break up your arms and your hands and stuff. The elasticated in there is, as I just said, for sticking in natural foliage, etc. Alright, so I use that actually. Stash of hunting. I can remove the hood, or I can keep the hood on. I like to keep the hood on because I'm different from the normal people. And there we find this up. My fault now. Bloody guess. Then is what I do, so I save the longer tank. Right, so these are the 2 parts of the longer tank, and these I use to fold it up. Just a bit in a jiffy. So get the arms, it's just like falling an ordinary combat jacket will be. It's no fun. And so too with one of my SAS smocks. He's got a hood, he's got some padding in there for your elbows. He's got padding up here, both sides, sling the rifle. It's one I made myself into a purpose-made sniper killing combat jacket. So I've stitched all of these black elasticated all over the place. On the jacket, the hood, the arm, the back, the chest, all over the place. So let's have a little look see what is in the pocket of that. Right, so in here I have the sniper's face fill. I have a camouflaged green and brown face fill or scarf. Just another way of breaking up shapes and outlines A on yourself and 2 on your rifle. If you need to use your rifle, you can. Nothing too special. There's the hood. Tie it up with. You roll it around your neck. Yeah. Too short in this one. So when here, what this is, well, for me, this is a multi-rolled pencil kit. No, why is it a multi-rolled pencil kit? Well, I can see out that you can barely see. So this would generally be deployed, say, over windows to block out and mask who's sitting in the room, in the building. You pin that either off. You can use it to store extra kit hung up out of the way, that type of stuff. So you've got draw swings either end. So you literally can turn this into whatever you so wish at the end of the day. So you can turn it into a bag, brainchild behind that, etc. But I don't like using it like that, you see. I like using it to put a mask over windows. That's the type of dude. So, if you're sitting in a building and you're shooting from that building in the back of the building, there's no snipers sit up front hanging out their rifle. Just don't happen. And you're Call of Duty and more movies to do with fucking, dare I say that, prick's name. Chris Kyle, the American sniper. Snipe a fucking barn door and a trailer hitch and he hits it on the end. Right, so this would generally be as part of my hide. So I can see how they use. Let's see. So this is part of my hide. Basically. So that would be part of my hide, or if I wanted it to carry equipment, I could do it all, drawstrings, etc. And away I go. So, I use a SAS windproof smock. And that SAS windproof smock is got paracuffs. Inside the SAS smock are pockets sewn out throughout the entire smock, holding more kit and equipment than possibly ever going to need. So we plan that pocket round onto my secondary pocket where this lives. And not forgetting what's that released. Type of stuff. Right, so this come back smack it, jacket, whatever one you want to hack it. All goes into that brown rucksack I just showed you. Bag. It all goes in there. So I just want to try something extra camouflage, extra extra leafy camo and press them in sacks. That's how the roll of scrim comes in, scrim of death. Goes in a singular pouch. Nice and joint on it. you move your fathead barnacle, Jim, out of the room. You can sit down, come on, move. Get off when I say, not before. So, like I said, this is stealth. Right. That's one of my All-for-Own M2 hunting rifles. Bog standard scope. I've shown you my belt kit, and if not, all you've got to do is rewind. You'll see my belt kit. So if there's anyone out there that wants to ask some mad or intelligent questions, feel free. Hello, Mr. One Person. Leave a comment. And we start breaking into song and dance, maybe question and Q&A. While I'm here contemplating, I will just like to say thanks to all of subscribers so far. Although looking at my stats and bits and pieces like that, a lot of you watch but don't subscribe. So hit the subscribe, hit the notification bell, and then you'll be up to date with what's going on. So from fishing, shooting, hunting, even making ghillie suits, cleaning weapons. I can do another one on the boat, a bit more prepped than it is. Some of the kit and equipment. Well, my next live should be over the weekend / Monday, Tuesday. when I'm next going live, hopefully, with Paul, who's over in the Netherlands. And we might be able to do a split screen with Paul. Or anyone of you out there. Do a split screen. And if you're new to my channel, I'm not saying do it, I'm saying consider it. Hit the notification, sub, and all the bells and whistles, gives us a thumbs up. 7 thumbs up and no bods at this time in the morning, about 4 o'clock in the morning. So, with that being said, oh, the weather is Hello, welcome. So how we doing? Where are you from? What are you up to? No. So I'm going to end it there. 5 hours and 45 minutes. So all those that stopped in, thank you. All those that are newly subscribers, thank you. Cheers to all the mods. Cheers to all you guys. And I wish you a very good farewell and Thanksgiving. I know this one person. Trying to sort things out. I'm upside down. I'm fucking looking like a bank robber. I am. If it goes that way. Yay! Right. almost 6 hours, so I'm winding it down and I'm winding you a bunch of pleasure. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks to all of my mods, new faces. Done well. Like I said, it's only a quick, short live. I didn't expect it 5 hours later. And I'm Mr. One Person. Like, Rob. So anyway, I'm calling it a night. It's been a pleasure to entertain 30 odd people. 7 likes. So message going out to Paul Vandoff. That is, you and I try and do that split screen and see how that goes. For the first time for me. So shout out to Lions Fish Shop. If you like anything woodwork, knife, forks, spoons, mugs, bowls, you name it, he's done it and doing it. So get over to Fool's channel. Sophia, my lovely little sister over there in Wales, with a mighty Bruce Wayne the dog. My love to as well, and shout out to you. Nikki No, shout out and a mention to you. Michelle over there in the Sunshine States of America, another shout out to you. Let's Tab 59 channel, like I say, want anything Barmy, he's the guy to see. His channel is literally called Let's Tab 59. Get over there and check it out. If you like your history and military history, there is a friend of Let's Tabs, he's known for 38 years. Also I'm an ex-serviceman, Royal Engineers. And not mentioning and not forgetting, excuse me, so not forgetting Nick and Mickey over there in sunny Essex. Burks, nice to see you again, well done for dropping in. And we should go from there. So if you ain't subscribed yet, I'm saying doing it, but I'm saying consider. Cheers for watching. It's what you like and gives you an insight of what I do for hunting. Some of the kit and equipment I use. So without further ado, Grumpy Orca fishing out to you. Skeeter, Big Steve, all the best and well done for the weekend, and happy Thanksgiving to all of you. So, this call sign is signing off. Alright, and the next live will be one day over the weekend, if not Monday or Tuesday, Greenwich Mean Time. So work out where you are in America, and that will give you the time difference between the UK. Alright, buddy? Cool. So, like I say, if you haven't subbed, subscribed, slung in some bits and pieces. So, anyway, it's a good night from him, and it's a good night from him. Good night. So, bid you farewell, good night, wherever you are in the world, locally, far and domestic. And I will all catch you on the flip time. Yeah, it went all dark, Jack, because the battery went. Before you say, is it a crack pipe? No, it's a tobacco pipe. Smoking tobacco. So all I'm doing now is unwinding and watching BritBox. WWE to be precise. Doc, what you done with your water? My water food's been. So we're just sitting here. If you can't sleep like me, welcome. So I'll end in the live there, and I shall see you the next time I see you. Good night, God bless, wherever you are in the globe. Well, oh, here we go with the bloody camera. So, yeah, hi Pam for joining us. Now it's reset itself back to 5 hours been running. And it's been 6 hours been running. So if you're late in joining us, I do apologise if you're still there. I'm about to sign off and call it a day, and catch me over the weekend, catch Monday, Tuesday. So I'll bid you farewell. Adios.